Hey guys, it's Secretary. In this video, I'm going to walk you through how to build a Zillow clone app, right? So you're going to be building a real estate mobile app, but this mobile app is going to have AI inside of it. Let me show you what I mean. So you have this welcome screen that shows you the skip button right here, and also this nice logo right here. A search input to type in whatever your dream house that you want to search to be, right? You can also try these pre-filled examples. So for me, I can click on any of these and it replaces the query here. But I'm going to go with condo with pool in downtown Austin. Clicking on search is going to, take all those parameters, take it to my real estate API and also search that specific properties for me. So you don't have to manually type in or filters everything yourself, right? So you can basically just scroll up to see all of the properties it got for us, and you can click on any of these properties. Let's say I want to click on this property right here, description, the similar properties, the agent. As you can see right here, this is what we'll be building today. You can scroll left and right to see all the images for the property. You can scroll up, you can see the details about the property, 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms and the likes, the description of the property details and all of that. And you can see the total cost just below this. And you can even go back and even filter more, right? Currently we have 737 results, right? I can click on the newer, filter right here, and it is going to prefill this section with built after year 2000, right? If I click on this, it's going to refine my search, right? And it's going to narrow it down to 430 results. That is what the AI is helping us to do, right? So you can just scroll up again. All of these properties were built, after the year 2000. So if you click on any of these properties, you will realize that they were actually built after the year 3000 or 2000 rather. My bad. So, and you can scroll up. You can see the year built, it was 2018, right? So these are some of the cool things that we're building in this video. And you can even click on the clear history, right? So clear history, are you sure you want to clear this history? Are you really, really sure? Yes, I want to clear history. But before I clear history, I want to show you the other part as well, which is the save screen. You can definitely bookmark any property that you like. And let's say I go back to this section. I can bookmark this, and if I check here, you can see it right here. And right from inside of here, I can click it to see the full details of the properties that I've already saved, right? So this is going to do the same thing. You get the property details and all of that, and you can see similar properties. So if I go back, if I go to the search, I can click on this clear search history. And what this does is clear everything that I've searched for already. And I can start a new search and say 3-bedroom house in Miami, 3-bed house in Miami. Click on enter. It's going to get the properties for me. As you can see, it's got a whopping 2,984 results, properties in Miami for sale, right? And if you scroll up, you can see the price. You can see everything about this property. And yeah, it works the same way. Click on this to list it. As you can see, you can click on each of these guys to check the property details. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're excited to learn about building this Zillow clone mobile app. It works like the Zillow clone, which you have on the Apple Play stores and all of that. And also, I'm going to be walking you through how to deploy this mobile app like I've done in the previous 2 videos, that you should be able to deploy your mobile app and be able to use it on your device without having to, start up your developmental servers every now and then. So this is what the finished app look like, just like what we have in our development. As you can see, if you hold this down, this is a basic Apple app on your Apple devices, and it works the same way on the Android as well. All right, so without further delay, let me teach you how to build this mobile app from scratch. And ladies and gentlemen, before we start, go hit that subscribe button if you're not a subscriber already. If you like what you've seen so far, click on the like button, share with your friends, and also make sure to comment in the comment section below that you really like this video. All right, so without further delay, one final thing: if you have a project in mind, you need a technical co-founder to build your dream mobile apps or web apps, do send me an email. The email is going to be at the top of my profile, right? It's tech created techratedev@gmail.com, double D, techratedev@gmail.com. And also, if you want me to build or join your team building cool mobile apps, I'm available for that. So without further delay, let's jump into building this cool mobile app today. So to start with, we're going to open two important things. One is the ID that we're going to be using to write this code, which is cursor. And the second thing being our mobile phone right here or your simulator. And you're going to make sure you have Expo Go installed, right? You can get that on the Apple Play Store or the Google Play Store, right? So once you have those two things open, we are just going to, install Expo itself and our packages. And I just want to show you a trick real quick. I created a shell, right? And this is what that looks like. So this is what the JavaScript file look like, right? So it's just a collection of prompts and instructions that you can run with just one command to install all your packages, right? So you don't have to, go to your browser to install Expo, to install Tailwind CSS, to install all of this stuff one by one. You can just run this JavaScript with one command in your terminal, and you are good to go. So how is that going to work? We're just going to search for PowerShell right here. So this file itself is located inside of my desktop, right? So I'm just going to say cd desktop, and right in my desktop, I can now say node setup Expo. Right, then what do I want to call my app? Right, I want to call it a special name, and I'm going to just call these, Kitara AI. Right, so if I click on enter, this is going to run all of these commands. Right, as you can see, this is the typical way you install your React Native using Expo. So what this command is just going to do is vibe code installing all of your packages. Right, so just give this some time, and it's going to walk you through all of the process. This is being efficient and working faster, right? So that we don't, waste our time installing all of the packages and all of that. And some of the packages that we are going to install, the first thing is Expo, as you can see right here. It is going to reset the project again, right? So that we are working from scratch. Then it is going to install native Wind, which is, Tailwind CSS, reanimated, safe area context and all of that. And also it is going to initialize Tailwind CSS, right, with all of this, right? And also, create a global.css file, and also, configure Babel, and also configure Metro to have some of these files, right? If you check my previous videos, I've always done this one after the other, but, I think this is the perfect time to vibe code all of this and also just, make things faster building our apps. So this is going to update layer.tsx to include, global.css, I believe, and also create TypeScript declaration for Tailwind CSS or native Wind, timestamp query, and all of that, right? So this is what this JavaScript file does, right? So let me just close this and let me head back to my terminal. As you can see, it's still installing. Give this a moment to install properly. So as you can see, the first things first, Expo has been installed. As you can see, this is the typical thing it will bring, cd to Kitara, run on Android or iOS, right? So the next thing that I'm normally supposed to do is type this out myself, npm run reset project. But since I've just done that, I can just say, do you want to move existing files to example by deleting them? Yes. Pressing Y is going to reset my project. So the next thing it's going to do is going to install, native Wind, which on a normal day I have to again install, go to npm Brave browser to install this myself. But hey, this is just automating everything for us. That's installed native Wind. Next thing it's trying to install is Tailwind CSS, this specific version. And don't worry, I'm going to provide you that JavaScript file so that you can just run it on your own device as well. So it's running this. Give this a moment. It has installed Tailwind and the dev dependencies. It is trying to install timestamp React query. because that is what we're going to use to fetch or catch our data, right? It is going to work with Axios and all of that. It is installing the ESLint plugin query. So it is installing Axios to stand async storage, as you can see right here. So just give this a moment. And it is running Expo Doctor to see if our packages work together. Running 17 checks on our project. And just give this a moment. So it says it checks everything, but this is just the only thing that is not up to date with the packages, right? So we're just going to leave that. Doesn't really have any major, it's not going to break our code, so let's just leave that. And as you can see, project location is Kitara AI, and the next steps, seed into this and just add this to your layout.txs. Right, so to begin with, what I'm going to do is just say cursor, right, and I'm just going to open the file itself, right? So I'm just going to say cursor dots, and it is not opening anything. And as you can see, it opened all the files in our desktop. As you can see, this is my desktop, and this is all the files inside my desktop. And as you can see, this is Kitara right here, right? And to take things further, I'm just going to close this. Let's close this. Now let's cd into, Kitara AI. So right here in this folder, we can just, pass the same prompt, cursor dot. So it will open that specific folder right in our cursor right here. And as you can see, let me just minimize this. Let me bring this up a little bit like this. Is that too big? Okay. So as you can see, this is, if you check our package.json, let me just bring this here. First things first, you will notice this is Kitara AI. These are the packages that it installed: Expo vector icons, React Native async storage, bottom tabs, Axios, Expo 54, Expo image, Tailwind CSS, stat stack, and all of that. That is what that automation does for us, so that we don't have to do an installation of all of these one after the other. So to begin with, let me just move this here. This is done, right? Let me close this, and let me close this as well. Let me bring this here. Let me bring this guy down. Let me bring this guy right here. So as you can guess, we have to start our project. If you check inside your app, you see index.tsx, right? And if you check your tailwind.config.js, make sure that this part is like this, so that whenever we want to start our project right here, everything looks the same. So Ctrl J or Command J to bring up our terminal. And while inside of Kitara AI, I'm just going to say nps expo start. Let me minimize this. So this is going to show you QR code for me to, start up my project and all of that. So React compiler enabled, starting Metro bundler. So as you can see, it has pinned up our project. All we have to do is just scan this QR code with our phone right here by opening up the camera. And that is assuming we have Expo Go installed. Scanning that is going to open our React Native project. And that is because we're using iPhone. If you're using Android, just connect your USB cable to your phone, then connect that to your laptop and press A to open it on Android. Right. So all of these other tools, the most important one is reload R to reload your app. So while here, I'm just going to scan this right here to start this project. So if you scroll up, you're going to see it is going to start bundling our project. So as you can see, it safely bundled our project, and you can see it is now running. So if I just change this guy and say hello world, save that, you should see that right away. Save that, hello world. All right, so that shows that things are working as they should. And I'm just going to remove this. Let me save these so that that goes that way. Now let's test if our Tailwind CSS is working as it should. So let's just say flex 1, item center, justify center, BG orange 500. So save that. As you can see, that works. before we go, one final thing, let's try and see if this is working as well. Text white, text to Excel, font bold, Vowler. Our tailwind CSS is working, and to begin with, I'm just going to jump straight into what we are going to be building first. So this is the nice UI that we're building first. It's going to be like the welcome screen slash the search screen. It has this cute Kitara logo right here. It has the brand name, a search input, a button, and each of these examples. So what this is going to do is when you click on any of these, it's going to take you to search this API based on these parameters. Enough of the talk, let's jump into building this. So to begin with, I'm just going to rename this. This is still going to be index.tsx, but right here I just want to rename it something different. I'm going to call this AI serve screen. Right, still going to work the same way if you save it. Right, still going to work the same way. All right, so let's remove this guy first, and this guy right here, the class name here, we're going to leave flex of 1, and let me just have width of full right here. So inside of this, we're going to have an image background. Is going to be coming from the React Native, and it's going to be I believe a component like this. So let me remove this guy right here. So inside of this guy, right, I'm going to say the source is going to be require, then the asset is going to look like this, asset slash not images, right, asset slash welcome bg dot not png jpg. All right, because we don't have this asset here. If you check inside of our assets, we do not have this right here. It's not here. So I'm just going to quickly bring in the most important things that we need to run, right, which is the images and the icon. Because you can see right here, I've imported icon.png, which is this cute guy right here, and also this welcome bg.jpg, which is going to be our background for this screen. So both of these, I'm just going to drag this inside of images. It is going to say, are you sure you want to move this into images? Move that, and also replace the existing icon.png that is there. So while this is fixed, so just inside of this, I'm going to have another view right here. Then the class name for this is just going to be width of 32, height of 32. All right, then inside of this is going to have an image, and inside of this image, this is going to be coming from Expo. By the way, import image from Expo image. So right inside of this, I'm just going to pass in some important things like the style. So the style right here, flex of 1 with 100%. Eyes is going to be 100% as well. Border radius is going to just be 20. We do not need 100. All right, so after this, I'm going to have the source. Right, we're going to require it as well. This is going to be coming from icon.png, asset images icon.png. Then placeholder is going to be blur hash. We are going to bring that in any moment from now. Content fits is going to be contain. Transition is going to be 1000. Right, so let's bring in our blur hash. Export const blur hash right here. So I'm just going to copy and paste the blur hash real quick. It's going to be available in the description box below. So right inside of here, I'm just going to place this long, regex, and saving that, you should see my image reloads, and let's just reload it one more time. Thanks. That took quite some time. As you can see, this is our cute logo right there. So under this guy right here, or under this instead, we're going to have effects, and we're going to call this Keitara AI. Let's go to the top of our code to bring in our effects. Save that. This should look like this. Now let's style this. Class name is going to the effects of 4XL, effects of white, effects of center, margin bottom of 3. All right, so the style is going to be font family, and it's going to be, so instead of Roboto bold, we are going to have Urbanists right bold. So if we save that, it's going to say the font doesn't exist, obviously, because we are here to bring in all our fonts. But let's just focus on all of this for now. So right here inside of my header, after this, I'm going to now have a search inputs. So this is going to have a view, class name is going to be margin bottom of 2. We're going to have another view right here. Class name is going to be BG of white, rounded of 3XL, border of 2, border of gray, 200, padding of 5, shadow of small. Alright, so text input, this is what this would look like. So let's go to the top of our code, import text input from React Native. So after this guy here, I'm going to say placeholder is going to be what? Describe your dream home. I'm just going to add 3 dots to that. Placeholder text color, I'm going to say it's going to be 9D. After this, value is going to be what? It's going to be query. Alright, so on change text is going to be set query. Alright, this is going to be multi-line. Number of lines is going to be 3. Class name for this is going to be text of large, text of neutral 900. Minimum height is going to be not 120. 20 is enough. Alright, so style, the style, we're going to say font family is going to be Urbanist regular. Don't worry about our font, we're going to solve that. So on submit editing, we are going to call an arrow function, and this is going to be undo search, and we are going to pass in the query inside of that function. Editable right is going to be is processing. We can only edit it if its processing is not true. Alright, so all of these values we don't have them yet, and this is what makes up the text input. So let's just see if we save it first. It throws an error. That is because you have to create that real quick. So if you just go to the top of our code, let's quickly create a use state right here that says query, set query to be use state, and let's just bring use state from React right there. So const is processing as well is going to be, false by default, looking like that. So if you save that error should first disappear. You can see some things right now. And the search, we still have to create that. We're going to create that. So while the search is almost ready, let's just minimize this. Let's go back. After this, we're going to have a search button. Right. So we're going to have a pressable, which is for buttons. So inside of this, we're going to have on press. And the on press is going to be, definitely pressing the undo search function and also passing the query, right? So disabled, we are going to disable this if query, is not true. That is, the value that the user wants to search is not true. And we're also going to trim all the dead empty spaces, or if its processing is true, we're going to disable this button so that the user doesn't double click it. The class name is going to be, having a backtick like this, and we're going to say margin top or for rounded or full padding y of 5. All right, so this is going to look like this as well. So we're going to say if query dot trim just like this. If that is not true, else if its processing is not true, then we're going to use BG gray 300, not 400, and BG blue milk. We are going to have our own custom color like this. This is going to be 4C 8F70. This is what that will look like. So right inside of here, I'm going to say if its processing is true, right? If it's processing our information, we want to show something else, we want to show something different. So right here, we're just going to show, a building indicator to just show that, okay, something is happening. Let's have a text right here. And what this text is going to say is finding homes. Let's style this properly. Class name is going to be flex of row, items of center, justify of center, gap of 2. That is what the styling for that should look like. And the class name for this is going to be text wide, text large, right? And right inside of this, I'm just going to say style is going to be urbanist semi-bold, not bold. And we're not seeing any font here again, or the font reflecting here, because we're still here to set things up. So if we are not processing anything, we just want to show it text, right? I just say search. That's it, right? So class name right here is going to be text of white, text of large, font of semi-milk. Let's not add that because we're going to just add text of center right here. So inside of this, I'm just going to pass in my star right here. Font family is urbanist semi-bold. So is there anything that can cause any error here? Let's save that and see our button right here looking faded, just like what we have right here. All right, so the last thing we have to pass here is, example prompt, right? Which is this guy right here. All right, so I'm going to have a view here. I'm going to have a view right here. Oops. Let me remove this. So this looks like this. Class name, margin top of 4. Then right here, I'm going to have a text. And this text is going to say, try these examples try these examples. Then inside of this, I'm going to say class name is going to be effects of small, effects of neutral, 200, margin bottom of 3. So for mouse style is going to be font family, urbanist semi bold. Nope, I want to have urbanist medium inside of that. So also inside of this, I want to have a view right here. Right, so let me save this post. You should see that text coming out. So inside of this guy, I'm going to say class name, right, just gap of 2. And inside of this, I'm going to say example, right, underscore prompt. And let me just remove every one of these guys so I know. So this is going to be dots map, right? So inside of this, we're also going to have an arrow function like that. It's going to take two important things, say example and also index. All right, so inside of this is going to have a pressable, right? So inside of this pressable, you can guess what will be there. The key is going to be index. On press is going to be undo, example, press, not search. All right, and we're going to pass in the specific one they clicked, right? So after this, we're going to have a class name BG white, rounded of 2XL, padding of 4, border gray 200, flex of row, items center. All right, so of course disabled as well. We are going to disable this button if its processing is true. Let's create an icon, and icons right here. I'm going to import that real quick. So name is going to do what? Bob outline, and the size is going to be 20. Color is going to be 4C8F70, and also the style is going to be margin right, and this is going to be 12. All right, so finally, before we leave here, I'm going to say I want to have a text right here, and this text is going to say example. Let's style this. Class name is going to be effects neutral 700, flex of 1. Then this is going to have style font family urbanist, not medium but regular. All right, so let's fix all of this so that we can show all our prompt examples right away. So right here, I'm going to say import ION icons from Expo vector icons. That fixed this. All right, so example prompt. To write under my blur hash right here, I'm going to say const example prompt. It's going to be an array, and inside of this is going to say 3 bedroom house in, or let's say 3-bedroom house near good schools under, let's say 500K in Austin. Right, so the second one is going to be condo with pool, or condo in town Austin. All right, so that should fix this as well. And if you save this, you should see those, cute guys right there. If you click on any of these, it's going to take these right here. And we have to first, set up our undo example press first. So right here, const undo example press, right? Is going to be an arrow function like this. Right here, we're going to pass in example, right, which is going to be the string. And we're going to set query to the example right here. Example, let's fix that. Okay, so this should go away right away. So save that. So what this will do is once we click on any of these guys, let's click this. As you can see, this is what it does. Click on this as well. It's going to replace that with this. And it is doing that because if you can remember in our search input, our value is going to be query, right? So before we move finally from here, undo search, let's, go to the top of our code. So right here, I'm going to say const undo search right here. I'm going to say this is going to be an async function, right? And this is going to be an arrow function right here. So inside of this, I'm going to say search query, all right, it's going to be of a string. And I'm going to say if, right, if search query dot string is not true, it is not true at all. Let's see. If it's not true at all, then just return an empty value. But if it is set, but if it is true, then set is processing to true, then set loading to true as well. All right, let's just bring this guy right here. And although this is not where specifically this will be coming from, so set loading to be true, we are going to now say const, let's bring that up right away. So add search and also set loading. This set loading is going to be, we are going to say use search history store, and this is going to be coming from a method that we are still yet to create. All right, so after this guy, we are going to say try something, right? But while you are still trying that, also catch errors. All right, so and also finally, right, just set is processing to false and set loading to false. So for the errors right here, let's going to say console dot error, console the error, right, and just say search error for the developer, but for the user, we want to alert something and say alert.alert. Then error is going to be filled to search for ohms. And if you go to the top of our code, let's import alert right away. So that is one. What do we exactly want to do once we click on this, right? This is where this would come in. So first things first, before I even go too much, let me just fix some of these fonts right here. So let me have this like this, and let me just const is loading, set this to this, so we don't have any error. Once we save this, no error. Now let's go and fix some of these fonts, remove these before we now go into the business of handling our API calls and all of that. So if I bring this Ctrl B, go into my layout. So some things are important in our root layout. First things first, let's remove this stack and bring this guy right here. The first thing we want to bring is a query client provider, right? and this is going to look like this. This is going to help us with fetching our data. In the documentation, you have to wrap your entire app around query client provider so that it's accessible all across your app. And I can just say import query client provider from Tanstack React Query, and I can also say const query client is coming from new client, and this error should disappear, right? So I should have stack right here, and this stack is going to look like this. So inside of this, I can say screen options. It is already listed out for me, and I can say header shown is going to be false, and inside of this I can say stack dot screen, and I can just bring in my index, save this, and this should disappear any moment from now. That is one of the things that we have fixed. All right, so we have other screens as well, right? So let me just copy this guy right here, put this guy right here, and just have this right there. So also, this is one thing, this is still missing by the way, but we're going to create that inside of this any moment from now. So after this, I'm going to have stack. I can as well just copy this guy right here, put this guy right here, and just see if we say property. All right, and this is going to look like this, ZPID. This is for the property details, right? So options is going to be header shown or false. We do not need to create this again, right? So this is not what I want to show right here. I want to show back title to be back, then name, the name, also the title is going to be property details. Save that, copy this guy, bring this guy right here, save this guy again. There's a duplicate right there, as you can see. And the next I'm going to do is have AI search right here. So the title for this is going to be AI search. Save that. That error should disappear. So we do not need this header back title, right? So I'm just going to say presentation is going to be modal. Copy all of this guy again, put this guy right here, and this is going to be, let's say, AI results. So this is going to be AI results, and yeah, we don't need to have this like this. So save this guy right here. So that is one thing that we have to set up first. So let's bring in our fonts. Right here, I'm going to say fonts. We'll say fonts loaded, and also font error is going to be coming from use font. Right, this is what that looks like. It's a method, and we have to pass this inside of this. So let me just import use font from Expo font. All right, so I'm going to say urbanist regular is going to be coming from urbanist 400 regular. Where is this coming from exactly? We're going to say imports urbanist regular from Expo Google font / urbanists, then / urbanist 400 regular. We have to install all of these. So copy all of these guys, bring your terminal up, open a new terminal and say npx expo install, then paste that. Clicking that should install a specific font in our app. So it's trying to install urbanist, and the remaining things we're going to do is just duplicate all of these guys. So it has successfully installed, so that error should disappear in a minute. So it seems we missed something right here. All right, so this is what that looks like. So right here, I'm just going to say bring in the remaining urbanist medium, right? Semi-bold, bold. Let's bring in extra bold as well, and black, right? So same thing, import this, import all of these guys. So if you save that, it's still going to say unable to resolve something, no issues at all. And we want to set up a use effect, right? A use effect that looks like this. All right, so inside of this, I'm going to say if fonts loaded is true, right? If font loaded is true, then I want to do something, right? I want to hide the splash screen, which I'm still yet to import right here. So I'm going to say import splash screen from Expo splash screen. And also let me bring in, use effect from React so that this error disappears as well. Let's pass in something in the dependency right here. So this will trigger it, right? So if the value is true, it's just going to hide our splash screen. So we are also going to say if font loaded is not true, right? So we are just going to what? We are just going to return null. And before we leave here, if there is an error, use effects as well. And if font error is true, right, we are just going to throw font error, right? So, and before we leave here, we have to prevent the splash screen from auto hiding before all our font shows as well. So I'm just going to say splash screen prevent auto hide async. This is what this method would do. And finally, before we leave here, I'm just going to say export, right? I'm going to say error boundary, and this is going to be coming from Expo router. All right, so let's save that. Hopefully we did not get any error. And yeah, so all we have to do is just reload our app so that this font gets to change. So let's reload our app. So it's still unable to find our font yet. That is all right. Let's just stop our server, clear all of these guys, then npx expo start again so that it rebuilds our app. And just give this a moment to start. So let's just reload this guy, and hopefully our font doesn't throw any error again. So this doesn't throw any more error. Voila, as you can see, our font actually changed to all of these fonts right here. So ladies and gentlemen, this is similar to what we have right here, right? All we have to do is now implement the method, right, when we click on this search button right here. So let me minimize it. You still have this skip button right here that we have to implement, so that when we click this, it just takes us to home in case you don't want to search, right? So let's just implement that as well. So right underneath of inside of our index.tsx right here, we're going to say skip button. All right, so after this, I'm going to have pressable, right? So inside of this pressable, I'm going to say class name is going to be absolute, right? Top 10, right, of 0, padding of 8. All right, so inside of this, I'm going to have a text that said just skip, right? So the text is going to have, so the class name for the text is going to be text of white, text of large, font of semi-gold, or rather let's just remove this since we are bringing our own type of font. So if you save this, you should see that guy right here, and the font doesn't look great, right? If we just add a style here and say up and it's semi-bold, watch that font get changed right away. So for this, once I press this, what do I want it to do? I want it to take me to, you know, not just AI results. It's going to be slash, right? So tabs AI results right there. So let's bring in Expo. Let's bring in router import. So as you can see, import router from Expo router. So this is what that should look like. This is not sticking to the top, and that is because I have to cut all of these guys. Let me cut all of these. Then this view right here, let me just bring this right here. So that should stick to the top of our code, as you can see. All right, so clicking this definitely will take us to, you know, the tab screen. If I click it right now, it's going to say the route doesn't exist. All right, so that is because we are still here to create these right there. All right, so while we are still there, we're actually done with all our UI. Let's just implement this search inside of this try. All right, so first things first, we want to do inside of this try is what? We want to pass natural language query using AI, right? So all of these queries, you can see there's 3-bedroom house, good schools. These are important queries that we can use AI to refine that and send it to the AI or to the API, right? So I'm going to say const filters. Oops. So I'm going to say const. So I'm going to say const filters. Right, it's going to be await. It's going to be pass natural language query. I'm going to pass the search query that we're getting inside of this. Then I'm going to say check if location is missing, which is, you know, required by our API. Required by API. I'm going to show you where we're going to get our API right now and get your keys and all of that. So I'm going to say if, you know what, let me just head to my browser right here. If you head to, you know, rapidapi.com and you search for Zillow, if I just search for Zillow right here, if I search for Zillow, it's going to bring a lot of options. So this second guy right here by Sidebar, click on Zillow, right? And this is what that looks like. So these are some of the APIs that we're going to use, right? We're going to use the search properties. We're going to use the property details. We are going to even use the agent, you know, details as well. So if I just click on JavaScript and I click on Axios, let me click on the first one, search for properties. And you can just click on this button to test the API or to subscribe. It is free, right? So this API key and host is very important. Save that so that we can use that to call our API. And this is what the API calls look like. All right. So that's the first thing you need. rapidapi.com. If you go to, you know, Google/Gen AI as well, you need this package for the AI to, you know, fine tune our search. It's an AI app. We need an AI to run all of that, which is running. So this API is what powers the Gemini mobile app. And the last thing we need is aistudio.com.google. If you go to your API keys, you're going to click on create API. And yeah, you're just going to basically name your key. And that's it. You get your API key, right? Like this. So these are the two important things that are necessary. The API keys from here and the Google API right here. Both free, right? So let me minimize this. So to continue with this, I'm going to say if, you know, filters.location is not true, right? Or the filters.location.string is, you know, true, or it is strictly equal to an empty string, right? I want to do something inside of this. All right, I want to, you know, alert dot alert that error, please specify a location, right? And also I want to set is processing to false, set loading to false as well, then return an empty value right there. So that's the first things first. All right, so if that condition is met, right, now let's generate summary, because if you check our API right here, it takes in some params. You can see these params right here. The location is quite important, which is looking like this, and as you can see, the output is JSON, status is for sale, sort selection. So each of these queries that the API expects, we are using AI to fine-tune them based on, if a user just click these guys alone, it's going to extract all of these queries and put it into good params for the API to understand, so that we can search for the particular properties. And there's a lot of queries right here, quite a lot, but we are going to focus on just little among them. So let me just minimize this. So to generate the summary, I'm just going to say const summary is going to do what? Generate summary, and I'm going to pass, it's going to be generate search summary. I'm going to pass the filters right here. So after that, we are now going to call Zillow API with all past filters. So I'm going to say const response is going to be await, it's going to be Zillow client.search properties. We're going to pass in the filters. All of these stuff, we're still going to create them one by one, and I'm going to walk you through that. After that, we're going to save this guy to search history. After this, what am I going to do? I want to just say add search. It's going to be a method. It's going to take all of this property. Query is going to be search query. Filters results is going to be response, not response of data, but response.result. Else just pass an empty array right there. So results count as well is going to be response dot total results count, else 0. All right, and then summary. So remove this guy right here, we don't need that. So result count, summary. Yes, this is what that should look like. So after you've gotten all of these guys right, now just go to router dot push. Let's go to the screen, right? Router to result page, and this is what it's going to look like. Router dot push, then tabs is going to be AI results. And yes, that is the method that would undo all of that. Clicking the search button is going to do all of these guys right here. So as you can guess, our index is complete. All we have to do is go to the next screen to implement all of these stuff. And trust me, once you've implemented all of these guys right here, and you start showing all of the properties like this, it's going to be easy. First things first, get this sorted. Once you get this sorted, rendering the data right here is going to be straightforward, and it's going to look like this. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's focus on that right away. So the first thing we are going to, like I said right here, pass natural language using AI. This file we are going to add into our folder right here. We are going to create a new folder. We're going to call this lib, and inside of this we are going to create another file. We're going to, or rather, let's create another folder. We're going to call this services, And inside of this, I'm going to say ai.ts. All right. So the first thing we want to create is personal general language query method, right? So let's export async function pass natural language query, right? This is what the beginning would look like, but now let's have this like this. The query is going to be string, and also the context is going to be of conversation context. We are here to create that. And before we leave here as well, let's have a promise, and this is going to be AI search filters. Still going to create that as well. Let's create a variable first to test const system prompt, right? Is going to be looking like this. You must make sure that everything is inside of a backticks like this. So I'm just going to say you are a real estate assistant or search assistant. Convert natural language queries into structured JSON search parameters. That works. So underneath of this, I'm just going to paste some set of parameters. I'm going to provide this in the description box below as well, and I'm also going to explain what this does, right? So available parameters, right? Location is string, right? Is required. Status is for sale or for rent or recently sold. Bedrooms number, bathrooms number, and so on and so forth. Rules, critical, location is required. Extract city or state from the query. If no location is found, set location to null. Use reasonable default when not specified, e.g. status defaults to for sale. Handle price format like $500K, $1 million, under $500K, between $300K. Handle bathroom, this is going to guide the AI on how to extract, all of this information from whatever we pass to it. All right. So after this is ready, I'm going to say const user message is going to be context, right? Then previous filters. If that is true, then I'm also going to pass current filters, right? And this is going to look like this. We're going to say JSON dot we have an error right here. This should look like this. JSON dot stringify. All right. So context, right, dot previous filters. All right. So after having that, I'm just going to say, break that and say says, what does the user says? And I'm going to say the user says this, and this is going to be the query, because that is exactly what I passed, the query. All right. So after this, I'm going to have this like this. I'm saying what are the new filters. Save this, and we have an error right here. All right. So let's take this up. Let's study what we have written so far. Current filters, this user says this. Then because this is a conditional statement, right, we have this right here. Let's complete this as well. I'm just going to say, what am I going to say? Pass this search query while passing the query as well. Let me remove this. So that error should disappear right away. So after this, then I want to try something else. I want to try something, but also now catch, the error. Catch the error right here. All right, so this is almost ready, and I just want to quickly create all of these guys right here. So if I go to the top of my code right here, I'm going to say, export type AI search filters is going to be coming from search params, which I don't have created yet. No issues. Export interface conversation context. All right, so previous query, the previous query is going to look like this. It's going to be of a string. All right, previous filters, which is also optional by the way. You go to the AI search filters, and also conversation history. All right, it is going to be string as well. So we have the types sorted, so that should fix our error first. To save this, so inside of my try, I'm going to say const response is going to be await ai.models. AI.models. We are going to generate or use a particular method of generate content, right? And the model is going to be Gemini 2.0/exp. Content is going to be role is going to be of user, right? Then parts is going to look like this. Text system prompt, then this is plus, then I'm going to have this like this plus the user message. This is what this would look like. I don't have AI created yet, and if you're wondering where am I getting all of this from, if you check the browser right here, I check this package again that we're going to use. So by the way, just copy this, let's install this. If you check the documentation quick start, you can see we are going to have, you can see this response that we have right here using this method. This is basically what we are doing, the same thing we are doing, right? So let me first install this. So let me paste this guy right here, npm I Google Gen AI. So that has been installed. Let me bring this down. Let me now go to the top of my code and say import, Google Gen AI from Google Gen AI. All right, so I'm going to say const AI is going to be new Google Gen AI, right? Then this is what that will look like. You're gonna have to pass the API key that I discussed with you. API key is going to be, let's say, let's just have env right here. So env dot Gemini API key right there. So and where is this env going to come from? I know seems like we are bringing in a lot of things, but all of these will make sense once you have everything set up properly. So this is going to come from config/env. All right, so then just add a slash right here. This doesn't exist, which is fine. You know what, I can as well just skip this to show you we can actually, before waiting for the data, we can actually see some real estate properties right here. So we can now implement AI as the last thing and wrap this up. All right, but while I'm still here, let me just complete some of these things, then show you how to use mock data to show the properties for now. So while still here, after the response, right, we're going to say const response text is going to be response dot text dot stream, right? Else we're going to have this as an empty object. All right, so clean up response. Clean up the response, that is remove markdown code blocks if present. All right, so let's create a variable real quick. Clean response is going to be response texts. Let's have that like that. So I'm going to say if cleaned response starts with, and let's not have this on there, just 3 backticks right there. And let me just click this. If that starts like that, I'm just going to say cleaned response is going to be cleaned response. All right, dot replace. Okay, so how do I want to replace this? You know what, I'm just going to bring this down so I can properly add things here. So this first, right, and 3 backticks as well, JSON slash s. So I'm just going to have this 3 backticks, right, then JSON, then slash s, then asterisk, right, like that, then n slash like this, then plus a comma, then just 2 quotes right here. You still have to pass something right here, which is an up sign, right? But let me just forge ahead for now. So replace this as well. So replace this as well. Three backticks. Then that is looking like that as well. Else, if cleaned response, if it starts with what? If it starts with what? Let me see. Are we doing something wrong? Okay. So we're going to have this like this. Oops. If it starts with, what does it start with? We're going to have 3 backticks. And we're going to have this like this. Alright. So it's going to be cleaned response dot cleaned response dot replace. Basically almost the same thing that we have right there. Alright. So let's create another variable to store the past information, which is going to be pass, right, cleaned response. You can have that as AI filters, but I can definitely just remove it as well. So moving on, I'm just going to return past.filters. Else I'm going to pass an empty object. So just have this like this. Alright, so save this. We're almost there. What we just have to implement is console.error passing natural language query, and just passing that, and just say return. We're going to return what? Fallback passer. We're going to pass the query. Alright, context dot previous filters as AI search filters. We do not have fallback passer yet, So let me just minimize all of this. So this is going to be fallback parser using rejects patterns when AI fails. Full stops. So this is what some of the methods will look like, right? I don't want to waste your time much on this, right? Because there's a lot to implement right here. I'm just going to copy and paste some of the methods here so that things are faster, right? So after writing the code for this past natural language query, the next thing that I copied was, fallback parser, which takes into parameters, query and previous filters. And this is me just creating a variable, to store the value of the previous filters. If it's true, store these previous filters, else just an empty object. Storing the lower query to query those lowercase, right? Then extracting the location. So it's looking for city, state patterns, right? So this is what that is doing. If location match is true, then just storing that values to filters of location. Extract the bedrooms, the bathrooms, the extract price, the status, extract property types, and features, and so on and so forth. It's quite a lot. That's why I'm going to provide this for you in the description box below. Another method I have here is generate a human readable summary of search filters. It's going to take in the filters as the parameters, creating a variable of paths, right? So saving these strings as an empty array. Filters does bedroom. If it's true, path.push the filters dot bedrooms plus bed. And these functions or methods are self-explanatory, but if you want to take it further, you can just copy and paste all of these in an AI to help you understand it better if you don't understand what I'm saying here. This is another one, is undo query. That is, if we undo a query and it involves some of these keywords, undo, go back, previous, revert, cancel, never mind, this is going to call this function. And let's just focus on this guy right here, and then types right here, so that we can jump straight into clicking these and going to the next screen. So to start with this, we can quickly just create this ourselves. Inside of lib, create a new folder called config. Config, right? So inside of this, I'm just going to say env.ts. So really quick, I'm going to say import constant from Expo constant, right? So this is environment variables configuration, right? So I'm going to say export const env to rapid API underscore key. Then this is going to be constants dot expo config dot extra dot API or rapid API key. If that is true, then cool. Else just use process dot env dot rapid API, right? Else just use an empty string right here. So this is the ideal way to do this. So Gemini API key constant.expo.config.gemini API key. Else fall back to process.env.gemini API key. Else use an empty string. Then this is where things get interesting, because we can now say use underscore mock underscore data. Else we are going to set, or rather assign this to false by default. If I set this to true, then if we skip this, we can see some dummy properties on our screen like this. So that is where we are actually heading to, right? So let me export this as well. Let me remove this guy. So export const API. Let's assign this to Zillow this URL. And where is that URL coming from? https // // Zillow, not com1 but 56, right, .p.rapidapi.com. Then also rapid API _hosts, and this is going to be zillow56.p.rapidapi.com. This is ready, and I believe we did not make any mistake. We can just add a comment here and say use mock data is used to mock data for testing in development. All right, so while that is ready, let me close this, and this error should disappear right away. And let me just so you can see that error has disappeared. For the types as well, I'm going to add into my lib as well, right? I'm going to call these types, and here I'm going to call these index.ts, right? So I'm just going to say export, right, from Zillow, right, and this I'm going to come right here and say Zillow.ts. I'm going to paste a long really type here that I don't want to bother you about. So putting this right here, this is what that looks like. The search types, and don't worry, I'm going to show this one after the other for you to write it out. And it's quite a lot. We don't want to waste our time just writing the type for each of these. As you can see, quite a lot. All right, so I'm going to provide this in the description box below as well. If I don't remember, please make sure to ask in the comment section below. So the search types: bathroom, bedroom, city, country, currency, and all of these guys. Then interface, results. So basically all the response that we're getting from the API. So if we look at the example response right here, let's just say, okay, I search for properties in Houston. If I test this property, if I click on test endpoint, right, it's going to load. It's going to give me some properties from the API, and this is what that looks like. All right, status is 200, which is good. 41 items it got us. So all of this is basically me just assigning types to them, what we expect from the API. Bathrooms is number, bedrooms is number, city is text or string rather, and all of that. This is basically what all of this is doing. So let me just save this, close this, and let me just bring this once again, save this, remove these, then that should fix that. So ladies and gentlemen, this AI is ready, and if you just close this and just bring in all of these items, you will see that we have actually completed our index.tsx. So if I go to the top of my code and say import parse natural language query, generates search summary from at lib services AI, you would see that this disappears, right? This disappears. I still have this Zillow client to create, and also this add search, and also this page, right? So let me quickly create this page so you can see how that quickly disappears. Tabs, right? So inside of this, I'm just going to say AI results.tsx. All right, so let me just put reactivity functional export, just this AI results, save this, close this, and this should disappear right away. This is not disappearing, just leave it. We have to still create the layout, right? All right, so while we are still here, if we look at the skip button right there, what does it take us to? It takes us to the results, right, which is this. So let's click on this first. Let's see what it does. We still have that error right there, and that's understandable. You know what, let's just reload our app. Let's go to our terminal, reload this app, because this should be Let's click this once again. So if that's still showing that error, let me just minimize this. Right, let's focus on this right away. So let's head into our tabs. Let's create an underscore layout right here .tsx. So let's say export default function tab layout. All right, so return some of these. I'm going to say tabs. All right, so where is tabs going to come from? I'm going to say import then tabs from Expo router. So after this, I'm going to say the screen options, right? Oops, the screen options. Some of the screen options is going to be tab bar active tint color. It's going to just be FFFFF 2 3 4 5 6. All right, so tab bar in active tint color. This is going to be different. It's going to be F9 FA FP. All right, so let's have this as small. Let's have this as 1 2 3 4 5 6. Quite work the same way, but anyway, tab bar style, right? Background color is going to be what we have as 4C 8F70. all right, border top width is going to be 1. Border top color is going to be FFFF. Padding top is going to be, let's have 8 here. Padding bottom is going to be 8 as well. Height is going to be not 80 but 100. So save this first. Let's go back so that we are not looking at a dummy screen. And also we have tab bar label style. All right, font size is going to be what? 12, right? Font weight is going to be 600. So after this, I'm going to say header shown is going to be false. So these are what some of the properties look like. Let's save that. And it seems we're having an error right here because we are yet to pass a comma right here. That disappears. Minimize that. And inside of this, let's have tabs.screen. Right. So this is what this will look like. Name. The name is going to be AI results. All right. So the tab bar icon. So this is going to look like this. So inside of this, I'm going to have, color. Color, size, focused. All right. So I believe we have to have this like this. Then ION icons. ION icons looking like this. So we are getting an error right here, which is not cool. Let's have this. So inside of this, I'm going to have, the following things. I'm going to say options. Right. First things first, let's have a title. This is going to be of search. right? Header title is going to be of search as well. So it's tab bar icon. Tab bar icon, what's it going to be called? We're going to have this like this. All right, so inside of this, we're going to destructure the color, the size, and the focus. All right, so inside of this, I'm going to pass ion icons. Is going to be looking like that. The name is going to be if focus is true. Then what do? You pass sparkles as the value here. Else sparkles outline. All right, so size is going to be what? Size. Then color is going to be of color as well. So let's import iron icon from Expo vector icon. Save this and copy this as well. Put this right. Okay, put it right here. And because we're going to have just two screens, right? This and this is what we're going to have, right? So let me change this to saved, right? And let's have this as saved as well. And this is going to be, the title is going to be saved properties. So this is going to be art. This is going to be art outline as well. Save this. This is missing, right? Let's just quickly, say saved .tsx, and let's create a quick one, React Native functional export. So let's just have this here. Save this. Let me go to AI result as well. Let me first change this to uppercase. So, ladies and gentlemen, we should be able to now click on this. Let's see if we click that. It nothing shows. Let's reload our app. Let's reload our app. Click this again. If that doesn't show, then we are doing something wrong with our navigation right here. As you can see, it's still not getting it. So if you check the component again, AI results, and let me just cut all of this, remove this guy here, view, paste this rather, and say function. We're going to remove this const definitely. That's the first thing. So I want to change this to, AI results stream. All right, so remove this as well and remove this finally. So we save this. Let's click this again. Still not getting it. All right. So after creating this, and you can guess, we can go to our index to click on, the search right here or the skip right here. And if you check this, it seems we have a mistake right here. This is supposed to be a bracket. So confirming that this error should disappear. As you can see, it has disappeared. If I save this and I click on skip, it should take me to the screen that we are going to implement next, which is this guy right here. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, once you click on this search, you click on this, right, and you click on search, what it does is takes all these parameters, go to the API, go and search for it, then take you to this screen right here, right? So that is what we want to focus on next. And if you check inside of our index, everything is set up except these three guys. But before we even implement this, I want to teach you the alternative, which is using mock data, right? So we can actually render some mock data right here. So let's focus on implementing a mock data even when the API is not ready, right? So let me just go to my AI. So for this screen, this is what we want to implement, right? And let me just close this. So first things first, I want to have a safe save area view right here. Let me bring this in, save area view, and this is going to come from import save area from React Native save area context. All right, so the edges is going to be top, right? Class name is going to be flex of 1, bg blue of 50. All right, so you see that implemented right away, so nothing goes under of these top guys right here. So I'm going to say keyboard avoiding view. All right, so that whenever I type in anything with regards to this, the keyboard doesn't block that. So right here, I'm going to import these right away, keyboard avoiding view. So inside of this, I'm going to say behavior. If the platform.os is iOS, just add padding, else just add height. Where are we going to get the platform from? The platform is coming from React Native. All right, so save that. So inside of this keyboard avoiding view, I want to have the status bar, and bar style is going to be dark content. So close this off like this, and we can import status bar from Expo status bar. Or you know what, let's just cut this guy, bring this guy right here, close this, and you should see this change to dark content right away. All right, so I want to have a view here. Let me remove this. So I don't have a view yet, so let me just have the view like that. Class name is going to be flex of 1, padding text of 4. All right, so first things first, let's create the header. All right, so for the view, so the class name is going to be width of full, flex of row, justify of between items of not center but starts. And yeah, after this, I'm going to have another view right here. Going to have this view right here. So I'm also going to have another view like this, but have effects right here. Effects like this, and this is going to say find your, save that for now. You should see something right away. If you don't see anything, remove this guy right here, and class name for this is going to be inline flex, right? Flex of cool, justify of start, items of start, then gap of 2. Let's see if we see anything. We can't see anything for now, which is all right. So let's just copy this again. Let's put this right here. And right here, I'm just going to say dream home. And if it disappears, right, we can just remove the flex of 1 right here. So let's pass in a proper, styling here, text of neutral 900, flex of 3xl. Save that. Then the class name right here is going to be flex of neutral 900. Basically the same thing, right? So we are going to have the style right here. The style is going to be urbanist bold. Save that. That should change right away. Same thing right here, and that is making me think, why can't you just have this here? But we can have style right there. Okay, so copy all of these and put this right here as well. Same thing, find your dream home like this. So let's add this clear history right there. So after this guy right here, let's have another view. We have a view right here. So this is going to be class name, padding of 4. Then we are going to have another view right here. This view is going to say class name, flex of row, justify of between, items of center, margin bottom of 3. Alright, so we're going to have a pressable, and inside of this we're going to have a text of clear history. Clear history. So bring in our pressable from React Native right here. So save that. Let's see what that looks like for now. So pressable on press is going to be what? Undo clear history. We're here to create that, but anyway, let's just comment that out for now. Oops. Let's bring this down. Minimize this guy right here. So skip this. That's the advantage of the skip. So the class name right here is going to be text of red 500, text of base. Then inside of this, I think that is all for now at the header side of things. So now let's implement this refine your search. Alright, so after the header, we are done with the header. Refine search. So after this, I'm going to have a view. Alright, so class name is going to be what? EG gray what 50, margin y of 4, rounded of full, border gray of 200, padding x of 4, flex of row, items of center. Alright, so after this guy right here, we're going to have IO and icons. The name is going to be what? Sparkles. Size is going to be what? 20. Color is going to be what? 4C 8F70. And let's just import that right away. ION icons from Expo vector icons. After this, we're going to have a text input, supposing tag like that. Text input is going to come from React Native. After this, we're going to have placeholder, right? Is going to, if the current search is true, right, then we're going to say define your search. Else we're going to say start a new search. I'm going to say EG or example bed house in Miami. So save that. The current search is missing. That is why that error has been thrown. We can as well just comment this out. Placeholder text color. This is going to be, the value is going to be what? Refinement query. And we can even just turn all of this Let me save that, skip this, and let me turn it back on. Let me turn this back on as well. We're going to create all of that in a bit. So on change effects is going to be set to refinement query, class name flex of 1, margin left of 2, text of base, flex of neutral 900, style is going to be urbanist regular. On submitting editing is going to be undo refined search. So editable is going to be what is refining, not this processing, is refining. All right, so after this right here is refining, if it's true, they want to show something else, show a different thing. So activity indicator, right, this is going to be size of small, color of 4C 8F70. So if that's refining is true, let's bring in activity indicator right here. All right, you have a lot of things to implement. So after this, we're going to have a pressable right here on press, and what is on press is going to press is undo refine search. Then I'm going to have ION icons right here. Name is going to be of send, size is going to be 20, this is going to be 4Cs and all of that. And also, and I'm just going to say else, it's just going to be no. And before we leave here, we missed out something. If the refining is true, show the activity indicator. Else, we're going to show refinement query.stream, right? Then we are going to show this like this. So let's go to the top of our code and say const refinement query is going to be use states. Let's bring that in from React, and also is refining set is refining to use state as well. So all we have to do is just bring in our current search and undo, refined search right there. And I can even do things like this, also have this like this, and comment this out to actually see what we implemented, right? And we can just pass a dummy placeholder here that says refine your search, right? So as you can see, things looks a little bit tight, so let's just say padding of 4 right there. So that should look like what we have right here, and the color for this should be all right. So while that is getting ready, the next thing we have to implement is these guys right here. All right, so let me just minimize this. So we are going to say soft context, then only show if there's a current search. So we want to show these guys right here, and we only want to show them if the current search is true. So we are going to say current search if it is true. If it is true, we're going to show something else. We're just going to say no. So inside of this, we're going to have a view. All right, Inside of this view, right, we're going to have a class name. Class name is going to be BG White. BG White. Padding X of 4. Padding Y of 3. Border gray of 200. The border is going to be bottom. Rounded of 3XL. So inside of this, we're going to have a view. And this view is going to say class name is going to be flex of row. Items of center. Margin bottom of 2. We're going to have a text right here that says current search.summary. Class name is going to be margin left of 2, text gray of 700, text of base, flex of 1. Style is going to be urbanic medium. Alright. So after this view, I'm going to have another view right here. And we're going to have a class name, flex row, item center, then justify between. So inside of this, I want to say get active filters if the length is greater than 0, right? Then let's render a view. Let's render a view right here. So that's the first thing that we want to do. And also we now want to say get active filters.map. Alright. And inside of this, we are just going to show a view right here. Then inside of this, we are just going to, render filter chips. Then this is going to be chip. And we are just going to say chip.label. Alright. Let's remove this so that error disappears. So for this, we are going to say T is going to be chip.label. Class name is going to be background. We are going to remove this background or class name. We don't want that there. But for this, we are going to say class name, flex of row, flex of ra. Cool stuff. You still have to set all these methods, right? And we are also going to have a text right here. What's this text going to say? It's going to say current search.result count, then the results, right? So class name is going to be text of gray 500, text of large. So let's fix all of these. So let's go to the top of our code right here. Const get active filters. So I'm going to say if current search is not true, right, then just return an empty array. And where's our current search coming from? Current search, this is coming from get current search right here. So moving on, we don't have this created. It's going to throw an error. What is it? Const filters is going to be current search.filters. Const chips, right? It's going to look like this label. This is going to be string. Then key is going to be of string as well. So inside of this, if filters as bedroom is true, but I'm just going to say chips dot push, then label is filters as bedroom, then bed key is going to be bedrooms, right? So after this, I'm going to say if filter dot bathroom is true, same thing, chips dot push label filters dot bathroom baths, then bathrooms, and we can even add this right here, and we can even add this as well. So moving on, I'm going to say if filters dot not property type but max price, if that is true, then const price label, right, is going to be filters dot max price equal to 1,000 or 1 million, and this is what this would look like, filters dot max price and all of that. Then chips dot push, what are we pushing? We are pushing label, then we're going to say price label, not under, price label, then it is going to be max price. Then if filters dot property type is true, we're just going to push in filters dot property type, key is going to be property type as well. So if filters dot as pull is true, and let's go to chip dot push, then I'm just going to pass in pull right here, then key is going to be as pull. If what's the next thing, it as garage, chip dot push label is going to be garage, then as garage. The next property, if it's new construction, right, what you have to do is just pass chips dot push label new construction, key is new construction. So let's save this. We're still getting that error by the way. Then if it's built in, right, we're going to push in chips dot label, then label is going to be built after, right, built minimum, all right. So if it has a good school rating, right, then we're going to chip dot push good schools and good schools rating as per minimum. And finally, we are just going to return the chips. So our chips, our get active filters is ready. Let's render the filter chips, but before that, let's fix this current search that says doesn't exist. Although our current search exists, but we still have to import it from somewhere, right? So to fix this, we can just go to the top of our code and say const render filter chips, and it's going to take label to be as string, right? On remove is going to be a void like this, a function by the way. So view is going to be here, class name is going to be flex of row, items of center, bg is going to be 4c 8f70, rounded of full, padding x of 3, padding y of 1.5, margin right of 2. Then the text is going to have label inside of it. Class name is going to be text of white, text of small, margin right of 1. We save that. Then before we leave here, we're going to say if on remove is true, right? We just want to pass pressable, press on remove, then it's just going to be icon, close circle. This is going to be 16, this is going to be white. So our render chips is ready as well. Right here, render chips. Do we have no? And this is going to be optional, by the way. So why is this still throwing an error? So let's just quickly change this to key and render filter. So we are still yet to return something. That is why the error is showing. So let me just remove this, and this should look like this. Alright, so this error shouldn't show anymore, as you can see. So ladies and gentlemen, what we've been implementing is this guy right here. We're going to get to the interesting part in a moment. So let me just go to the current search right here. So where is this guy going to come from? It's going to come from, we're going to destructure a lot of things here, but at the end of the day, everything will be coming from use search history store. All right, what is going to come from here basically is you get current search, add search, go back, and also clear history. Clear history right there. So we have to import this right away. So let's go to the top of our folder and say import use search history store, getting that from @lib, then store search history, right, which doesn't exist, by the way. So if I open my lib right here, as you can see, this is coming from search history. So copy all of this. You know what, just go into lib, create a new folder, call it store, create a new file. You're going to call this search history, search history .ts, and that is what that looks like. So inside of this, we're just going to say export const use search history states, and this is going to be create, right, and this is just going to look like this for now, and the create is going to definitely come, as you can get, from toStand. Then we're going to pass a type here called search history states. Then inside of this, we're not going to pass anything, right? So the first thing we are going to have here is going to be persists, right? And this is going to look like this for now, and it's going to have the sets, right, and a gets, and this is going to have an arrow function breaking, just like this. And secondly, we are just going to pass in a name here. The name is going to be search, history storage. All right, we're going to pass a comma here, and the storage is going to be create JSON storage, and we're going to use async storage. Let's import all of these guys, right? So persist is coming from create JSON. We import all of this. All right, so import persist create JSON storage from toStand middleware. Import async storage from React Native async storage. All right, you still have to create this guy, right? So let's quickly say export interface this. All right, and first things first, we're going to say search history. Search history is going to search history item, which we are going to say export interface search history item. So let's bring this right here. Let's import these two guys. Import AI search filter from type AI. And I believe this part is incorrect. Let's just global search it to see where we have that. So we don't have that at all. So let me just minimize this back. And this services, yes, that is where we have that. And let's also have a timestamp to be of a number. Then parent ID, which is going to be optional, is going to be string. So this is basically going to link to previous search during our navigation. All right, so let's just say right here, current search index is going to be what? Number is loading is going to be of boolean. All right, so what else are we missing right here? I believe we need to add this. So inside of this set and get, we need to pass a lot of things, and even right here we're not even done. For the actions, right, the actions add search is going to look something like this. So the first thing we're going to add is add search. This is going to be item, and this is going to be omit search history item. Right, so this is going to be ID, else timestamp is going to be a void. All right, so update current search. Update current search is going to be not filters at all, but definitely we're going to pass in some interesting things right here. The results is going to be search results is going to be an array. The results count is going to be of number. All right, so go back. It's going to be of a void, not really. It's going to be of search history item, else no. So go forward. It's going to look to search history item, else no. Then get current search. It's going to be search history item, else no. Then can go back is going to be no to boolean. Can go forward is going to be a boolean. Clear history is going to be void. Set loading is going to be is loading to boolean. And also remove search is going to be ID string and void. So right inside of here we're just going to say search history. Search history is going to be set to an empty array at first. Current search index is going to be set to -1. Is loading is going to be set to false. All right, so the first method is going to be add search. Right. So this is going to look like this. So we are going to say const ID search date.now. All right, and also we are going to pass math.random, all right, dot to string and substring 2 and 9. So that's the first things first. Let's see what we did wrong and why this is throwing an error. So let's just move on. And I believe we made a mistake right here. Let's first add this. Then also, we are not supposed to have this here. So const timestamp is going to be this dot now. So const current index is going to be get then current search index const current history is going to get dot search history. Then if we are not at the end of history, truncate forward history. So this is going to be const new history, right? It's going to be current index is going to be -1. Else current index is going to be current history dot length -1. Else it's going to be just current history, and this is just going to slice through all of that. And let's just pass item right here. So this is what that look like. So after this, we're going to say const new search, right? We're going to pass in spread the items ID is going to be there, and let's just have this right here. ID is going to be there. Timestamp, this comes after timestamp. All right. So parent ID is going to current index strictly equal to -1, or should we just say 0? Right, looking like this. So let me just even remove everything. So current index greater or equal to 0, and new history, then this is going to be current index, right? The new history current index dot id undefined. All right, so after this, set search history, then spread the new history, then pass the new, not new item, new search. All right, so current search index is going to be new history dot length, which is basically doing what you are pointing to the new search. All right, so this should work. I don't know why this is throwing so much errors. I do not understand where all of these errors is coming from. So let's just cut all of these and even see if that fixed that. Well, it didn't. But let's just continue with our code. So the next one is going to be update current results. Right, so it's going to have another function like this, and inside of this we're going to pass two important things: results and also results count. So const current index is strictly equal to get search index, then if current index is strictly equal to -1, then just return this. All right, so const updated history is going to be, we're going to spread the get and also search history like that. So if updated history is true, right? Then updated history, current index. Let me just remove this. Would be equal to spread this updated history passing the current index in the array. Then just pass the result, then result count. And finally, before we leave here, set search history to be updated history. And I believe most of these errors is coming from the fact that all of these is required. If I just do something real quick here, and we are definitely going to remove them. So if I pass in optional right there, save that, we should see most of the errors should disappear. That is because of all of these guys. But I'm just going to remove it just to make sure that these squiggly lines here are reduced a bit. So go back. It's going to look like this. Const current index gets dot search index. If current index is less than or equal to 0, return null. And const new index is going to be current index minus 1, right? Then set search current index to new index, then return get dot search history, and let's remove all of these guys. Then we are going to pass new index. All right, what are we doing wrong? And this all of this is just going to stay outside of these guys, right? So the go back is complete. The go forward is going to be similar as well. So const current index is going to be get current search index const. We can even call this current history get search history. If current index is greater or equal to current dot length, return null. Then const new index this set current search index to new index. All right, then return get search history, then while passing, and I don't think this should be how that is looking like. So this is going to be current history while passing this. All right, so that looks like that. Const current index dot get search index, and current history is equal to get dot search history. If current index is strictly equal to -1, else current index is greater or equal to current history dot length, just return null, right? Then after this, you are going to return current history while passing the current index. All right, so what is the error right there? Save that. Moving on, can go back. Const current index get dot current search index, return current index greater than 0. Then it can go forward and all of these as well. Then these are one of the benefits of AI. Current history is basically going to set the search history to an empty array, then current search index to -1. Set loading is loading, set is loading, right? to set is loading to loading. All right, this loading is missing, and this loading is going to come from loading. Save this, and finally remove search. All right, so this is what this would also look like. So let's just adjust one or two things right here. Let me go back to this and just see the search history. This is what this would look like. Then const current index. This is going to be get current search index, where const index to remove is going to be current history, which we are still here to create. Let us say history is going to be get search history. Right. Okay, we made a mistake here by duplicating this. So this is going to be history as well. History.find index, passing the item. We were going to find the item.id strictly equal to the ID. Then if index.remove is strictly equal to -1, then we're just going to return nothing. Right, then const new history, we are going to not have this. We will say history does filter, then item strictly equal to, or arrow function rather, item.id strictly not equal to or not equal to ID. So let us adjust current search index if needed. Right, so let's new index be now equal to current index if index to remove is less than current index. All right, so new index is going to be current index -1, and else if index to remove is strictly equal to current index, right, then it's going to be new index is equal to math.minimum current index, then new history.length -1. Then we're going to, set search history to be new history, current search index to be new index. And yeah, that is pretty much what we have right there. So save that, and you should have all your methods ready to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our search history is complete. If we go right here, let's just, remove this. And let's see what did we do wrong. Use search history states. All right. Use search history states from use search. I believe we made a mistake right here with our store. Our store is just search history. All right. Not use search history. Search history right there. So ladies and gentlemen, why is this still? And you know what, instead of just add this, let's have this like this. And why is this still throwing an error? Doesn't have use history states. Okay, so let's change this to this. And what cannot invoke an object which is possibly undefined. And let's just add to search history. Let's change this to store and save this. Okay, so this is going to be store. and get current search seems to be throwing an error. So after bringing these in, current search from, get current search, we're just going to import that right from, at lab store search history. So right now you can see we do not have anything showing right now, but this is what that would look like once we have already set up a search query, right? So you can see 3-bedroom plus houses and the likes. Let's bring this guy in real quick so that we can actually see something building up. So right here, I'm just going to say results lists. Then right here, I'm going to have a view. All right, so inside of this, right here, I'm going to say class name is going to be flex of 1, obviously, padding top of 4. So after this, I'm going to have several conditional statements, right? So the first is going to be current search. If that is true or if that is not true, we are going to show something, right? And else, we're just going to say if it is refining, right, then show something else, right? Else, if current search, right, dot results dot length is greater than 0, all right, then we are going to show something else, show nothing like this. All right, so it seems you have a typo somewhere, and let's just check. Let's pass in fragment right here to actually visualize if we have the error or we do not. So let's pass this right here as well, and it seems we are having one little error here. So we're going to pass all these fragments inside of this, and don't worry, we're going to replace all these fragments with real value. So inside of this, we're going to have a view, right? And let me just click that. So inside of this view, we're going to have a class name, all right? So flex of 1, justify of center, items of center, padding x of 8. So inside of this, I'm going to have another view right here. This is going to be class name, width of 20, height of 20, pg, and this is going to be 4C8770, like that. And let's just have this as this. So rounded full, items center, justify of center, margin bottom of 6. So after that, we are just going to have an icon and icons right here, and it's just going to be sparkles and like this. It seems we have an error somewhere. Let's check. So after this as well, let's just have the view. So let's save that. After this view, I'm just going to have a text, the text, and this text is going to say ready for a new search, right? So the text or the class name for this, right, is basically going to be text of grade of 900, text of 2xl, text of center, margin bottom of 3. All right, save this, margin bottom of 3. Then, as you can guess, our style is going to be urbanist, not medium or bold. All right, so let's just copy all of this as well, put this right here, and let's replace this with your search history has been cleared. The search history has been cleared, and let's have this right here. All right, so we can say start afresh by entering a new search. All right, save this. You still can't see anything cool. That is because we are still working within this, this frame. And I believe we are even passing it in the wrong field. Then just cut all of these guys. Cut this. We don't want it to be inside of refining. We want it to be inside of current search. Save this. So you should actually see something showing gradually. So let's just minimize all of these guys. And let's have another view right here. Let's have another view right here. We're going to have a text. And we say try searching for. Right, save this. And inside of this, I'm going to say BG blue 50, padding of 4, rounded of 2XL. Border blue 100, and as you can see, something is showing gradually. So after this, we want to have a class name right here, text gray of 700, text of base, text of center. All right, so let's just copy this guy. Let's put this guy right here also. And for the first gray, let's say 600, text base, text center. And we forgot to add this. This is going to be, style. Let me just copy this. Put it right here. Save this. So this is going to be regular, not medium. Regular. So instead of try searching for something, we are going to, say, let's have the ampersand like this. Right. Or we're going to say, instead of all of these actually, so we start off with this, and we're going to say 3-bedroom house or let's just say in Houston. Right. And let's just pass this as this, and we are going to say have this as this. All right, so same thing right here, condo with pool in let's say Miami. Right, so let's just copy this, put it right here. So one more, we're going to say not keys, but we are going to say new construction in Austin. All right, so save this, and if you're not seeing anything there, we have a typo issue somewhere. So let's just scroll to the top of our code, minimize all of this, and let's check where we have a typo. So if nothing is showing like this, you can as well just remove the flex of 1, and this would show right away. So this is what we've been working on for a minute, and your search history has been cleared. We can as well reduce the text. Right, so ready for a new search. Then this text, we can definitely say just Excel. All right, so that should look like that. And yeah, for the text as well, text base, we are good to go with this. So let me just minimize this. The next thing I want to implement is, if it is refining, then we have to show something, right? So basically what we are going to show is just let's have a view right here. Let's have a view right here, and let's have an activity indicator coming from React Native. Right, so the size is going to be large, and the color is just going to be this color as well. And we are going to have a text, and basically what we're going to see is refining search. Let's pass in some nice styles here. we can definitely put urbanist medium as this. The text here, the text grade 600. Let's just put margin top of 3, and that should be good with if this search is refining. All right, so normally we're supposed to implement this, but let's focus on this first. If nothing is showing at all, we can as well just have a view there. So if any of these parameters are not met, let's have a class name right here. Flex of 1, justify of center, items of center, padding X of 6 or 8 rather. And we're going to have ION icons right here, and this is just going to be search outline. Size is going to be 64, quite big, but and this is going to be the column. Then the text, let me remove this. The text is going to say no properties found. Right, so class name, as you can guess, text gray 600, text of base, margin top of 2, text of center. Save this, then have our popular Indian style right there. Urbanist, instead of medium, let's have bold right there. So copy this again, put it right here, and this is basically going to say new search, or let me just duplicate this as well. So this is also going to say try adjusting your filters or search in a different location. Save that. So let's change some things. Let's have regular right here. Alright, so text gray, I think we missed something right here. So for this text gray 600, text of base, one on top of 2, text of center, and what else? So after this, let's have a pressable right here. So let's cut all of these guys, put this right here. So save this guy, and let's remove this. For the class name, we are going to have margin top of 6, BG, same code, and we are also going to say rounded or full, padding X of 6, and padding Y of 3. Save that. For a text, it's just going to be text of white, right, and text of this. No need for this, and this is going to be semi-bold. All right, so we are done with this. The last thing we want to do is actually render our properties, right? If none of these conditions are met, and if we actually have some set of data, right? So I'm going to say flat lists. I'm going to be bringing that in from the React Native. So flat list, it takes some important parameters. Data is going to be current search dot result. After that, we're going to say render item is going to definitely look like an arrow function. It's going to be an arrow function basically. So it's going to look like this. So while having that set, we're going to pass in items, then index inside of this. Then here we're going to have a view right away. We're going to have a view like this. Then we're going to have property. Property card, and this is going to look like this. To the property card, we're going to pass in some properties, and we're going to take in some props, and that is going to be item, and index is going to be index as well. So class name for this is going to be margin bottom of 4. If you don't have property card created yet, we're going to have that. We're going to see an error, but if there's no error, that means that we are not even getting the current tax result. That's why this property card is not showing yet. So before we leave here, let's say key extractor is going to be item as the props, right? Then item dot zip dot to string. All right, so shows vertical scroll view to be false. Content container style padding bottom is going to be 100. Now while this is set up properly, we are going to add to our component. Let's minimize all of these guys. So right in our root, we are going to create a new folder called components, and inside of this is where we're going to create another folder called property. So inside of this property, we are going to create a new file called property, card. That's tsx. All right, so inside of here is where we want to bring in everything with regards to this to make it into a reusable component. All right, so export function property card, right? It's a function at the end of the day, and it's looking like this. All right, so let's just return something, and let's just say a view. The view would do for now. I would not have a view imported yet, so let's go to the top of our code and import view from React Native. Save this. We can go to AI result to bring in this guy right away. So we're going to say import property card from at component property card. So this error should disappear. This property card error missing should disappear, but we still have to pass in the props, right? So if we pass in the props right here and say properties and index, right, and the type is going to be, let me just remove all of this guy, right? The type is going to be property card props. And what we are deliberately going to do is create an interface right here, property cards, and the property is going to be search results. The index is going to be number, right? So I'm just going to say import type, and what is that type going to call? Search results, and this is going to be coming from at libs and type. Yep, so that should first fix that error right there. Cool stuffs. All right, so inside of this we are just going to say animated of view, and we are going to bring in import animated from React Native reanimated, and we're going to say the end train is definitely going to be fade in the duration, right? It's going to be not 1000 but just 100. Let's also import fade in from React Native. Then after this, I'm going to have delay to be index times 200 and springify. So what this is doing is it is going to stack each of these cards on top one another, right? So after this, I'm going to have a link right here. So this link, we can definitely just bring this in from Expo router. It takes in something important, href, and this is going to look like this: property/property.zip id. There, this is going to be as child. All right. So after this, we're going to have a pressable. We're going to have a pressable right there. So this is what this looks like. Let's import this from React Native. All right, so after this we are going to say class name is going to be BG, or let's just say rounded of 3xl, padding xl of 2, pattern white, right, padding top of 3, overflow of hidden, width of full, border grade of 200, border 2. So let's have this there. So first things first, we want to bring is our image, right? So we want to have a view right there. All right, so let's bring in our view real quick, and this view is going to come from here. To save that, so inside of this view, right, we're going to have a class name to be of relative, rounded of 2xl, overflow of hidden. So real quick, we're going to say we have our image. We want to have an image right here. And for the image source, it is basically going to be URI property.ing source, and this is going to be source like this. So let's bring in this from React Native as well. So after this, we're going to have a class name to be width of full, height of 48. After this, resize mode is going to be cover. All right. So after this view, we're going to say we want to have our content. All right. So the content, as you can, there's name and flag icon will come first. So we are going to have a view right here, and most importantly effects right here. So why is this throwing an error? Effects cannot be used as a, let's check if we import effects. So we haven't. It is why it's throwing that error. So save this. Inside of this, we are going to say, let's have a class name first. Gap is going to be 2. Justify of between. Flex of row. Items of center. Then inside of these texts, we are going to have some interesting things. For, let's put a class name here first and say text of 2xl. Font of semi-bold, text of gray 900, and I'm also going to say number of lines is just going to be 1. Then the style is going to be font family, is going to be urbanist gold. All right, so inside of this, I'm going to pass in property. If property does create address is, if the length is greater than 30, or rather let's keep it at 20, let's slice it from the first to the 20th character. And in as much as I want you to be able to, see what we're actually building, so that it doesn't look like we are just building nothing, I will just quickly head back to the initial screen and pass in a prompt, get the results, so that we can actually see something happening right here. All right, so let's quickly do that. Okay, so to just continue with this, you will notice that we are about to start the property details right now, and normally we should be right here. We shouldn't have all of this created, and even if I go back, we shouldn't have all of this created. My apologies while recording the video. So the OBS studio that I'm using crashed for recording, and it was a long one. I couldn't record it again. So I'm just going to show you what we've implemented so far. So these are basically just views, the details, as you can see right here, the bedrooms and bathrooms. This is what it looks like, so you can write them out in your code base. And if I scroll up, this is what the bathrooms looks like. The price tags, this is what it looks like as well. All right, so this is just for the property card which we are currently. If you head into your index.tsx, if I just minimize everything, so you have index.tsx, right? So this Zillow client, click on it, and inside of your leap, which is this guy right here, create a folder called API Zillow.tx and put all of these APIs inside of it. These are basically just individual methods that we call to get the property details. This was everything that I created initially that the OBS studio crashed. I believe I do need an alternative to that because that is an expensive mistake. So search properties, this is what this looks like. So just take your time to type it out. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. So get properties details, this is what this looks like. Get properties photos, this is what it looks like as well. Get property schools, this is what it looks like. Get property price. I'm going to provide this for you in the description box below, but this is what it looks like. So if I close this and this add search as well, we're going to bring in from use search history. We've already created this guy, right? We don't need to go back and forth with this. We created this initially before the session crashed. So inside of this property details is where I want to implement this guy right here. All right, so and this guy, this is just what we are going to implement, this right here. All right, so let me just minimize this and let's just jump into creating this. So first things first, let's have a safe area view coming from React Native safe area context. So save the area view as well. So let me minimize this as well. So yeah, I'm going to have a class name that will look like this: flex of 1, pg of white, and also the edges is going to not be from top but from the bottom. So save that. Let me click on each of these guys, and if I also add let me just add top here. You see what I mean? What I'm doing by that, you can see what that does. But I just want to have that from the bottom because I want to have this guy right here sitting on top of the picture. All right, so first things first, let's have a floating header with back button, right? New property, text and icon at the right. All right, so I'm just going to have a view right here. All right, so class name is going to be absolute. Oops, absolute. Right, top is going to be 10, left is going to be of 0, right is going to be of 0, padding edge is going to be 6, shadow is going to be 2xl, grounded is going to be 3xl, z is going to be 50. So let me bring in that from React Native real quick. So inside of this, let's save this. After this, I want to have a view right here, and the view right here is going to say class name is going to be flex of row, items of center, and justify of the twin. So we are going to have a pressable right here, pressable right here, and this is going to be ION icon. This is going to be arrow back. Import this from Expo vector icons. Class name, class name is basically going to be BG of white, rounded or full, and padding of 2. Save that. You see that back arrow right there. Let me remove this guy, and inside of this I'm going to have an on press router of go back. Let me import router from Expo router. So if I click this, I should go back. Alright, so this is what that looks like. So after this view, I believe, or after this procedure, I want to have another view. So this view is going to have a class name of EG of white, padding X of 4, padding Y of 2, rounded of 2x scale, and the text is going to the property details. Let's import text from React Native right there. Save these. We should have the property details right there. So after this, we are set to add a styling to our property details. So text of 2XL and text of grade 900. So the style, right, is going to be semi-bold. Save that. That should come out real big. And after this view, I want to also have a pressable, right? So I want to have an ION icons to be, just art, I can as well leave that as just an art outline right there. And you can also implement what we implemented earlier, that if we click on any of these guys, you can add it to watch lists, right? So let me just head back here. So we are done with this floating side of things. Then I have the image gallery. The image gallery, we're going to have a view right here. All right, so the class name, let me remove this guy. Class name, right, it's going to be height 2/5, and we are going to have a scroll view right here. All right, and it's going to be a self-closing one. So what are we going to do here with the parameters? You know what, it's even going to be a component with self like this. Let me go to the top of my code and import that for React Native. So after this, I'm going to say horizontal is true, right? Paging enable is true. Then scroll horizontal, scroll indicator to be false. Content container style, I do not need this. Let me just add the class name height of 12. All right, so inside of this, I want to have, I'm going to say if photos, right, dot data. Once again, if photos dot data, give photos dot data dot photos dot map. Then let's just add conditional state variable. Now photos, right? So inside of this, we are going to create an arrow function, and that looks like this. So inside of this, we're going to have a photo index. All right, so we're going to have an image right here. So inside of this image, let's just have all of these dummy values. Let's have our image right there. So source is going to be URI and photo dots, mixed sources, then JPEG, then 2.url. All right. You know what? Let's quickly bring in our photos. Right. So we are going to say const is the details, photos, schools, sports, and all of this is going to be coming from use property or data. We're going to pass in property ID as the parameters there. So inside of this, we are just going to import, use property or data from hooks. Now we're just going to bring this from hooks. All right. So if I go into my library, I check inside of I don't have any hooks folder right here. So just create hooks. All right. And inside of this, I'm just going to create use property details .ts. I'm going to put in some code right here that I'm going to also provide for you guys. So this is what it looks like: the main property details, property photos, property schools, and all of these hooks I'm going to provide for you in the description box. It might look like we're just copying and pasting, but if you're a front-end developer, most of these will be provided for you by the backend already. So you shouldn't bother yourself much about this. So let me just close this, and I've imported this right away. So right here, this seems to be missing. I'm just going to say const, property ID is going to be type of ZPID, which is strictly equal to string, else just pass it ZPID, then 10, else we're just going to pass what? No, where do we get our ZIP from? It's going to be coming from use local search params. Import that from Expo router, and this error should disappear right away. All right. So, and also let's just say make sources.jpg to URL, and height of full would not need this, and I believe that is all we need right here. So the key as well is going to be index. Save this. So let's go back. Let's search for condo with pool in Austin. Find that property, right? Then click on this guy, and you should see something right away. If you do not, then that means that we can as well just change where we are using our image from. So let me remove this image, and let me bring in image from Expo image, resize mode. Let me just change this to content fit to be cover. All right, so placeholder is going to be blur hash. Let's just import that from real quick from dot/index. That is where we have the blur hash. So save this. We should be getting something right away. So let's just copy all of this, and let's even see if we are getting anything back. So console.log, let's console.log the photos, and let's see what we are getting. So we're actually getting everything, but we have to fix a typo. We need to fix something here. That is why this is not showing. So if nothing is showing for now, let's just minimize this. let's head to the next section, right? So we're going to have a view right here. All right, so inside of this, I'm going to have a class name, bg of white, flex of 1, minus margin top of 12, padding top of 2, rounded 3xl. And after this, we're going to have the scroll view, right? So inside of this scroll view, we're going to have a class name, which is going to be flex of 1, content container style is going to be what? It's going to be padding bottom of 100. And why is this throwing an error? Content container style. All right, so let's have that. So after this, let's have a view. All right, so this is where we're going to pass in all our content. So we have a view here. So inside of this view, we are going to have a class name right here. We're going to say this is going to be flex of role, justify of end, items of start, margin bottom of 4. So inside of this, we're going to have a class name, padding of 4. All right, so we're going to also have a view right here. And inside of this, we're going to have the class name as well, flex of role, justify of between items of stats. After this, we're going to have a view as well, and this is where we are actually going to see if everything we are doing is actually true. So property dot street address, the street address dot length. If it is greater than 30, then just slice 0 to 30, else just use property dot street address. Save that. We do not have property, and let me just, this is just going to be property. All right, so at the top of our code, we are just going to have right here, we're going to say const property is just going to be what? Details dot data. So that was what initially crashed our code, and I believe that is the, so property, save that. And why is this still showing an error? It's probably undefined. Low issues at all. We can add this. We can add this. And let's just save this. So if we skip this, click on this, nothing is still showing. Let's try this search once again. So as you can see, we have something here. So if I just remove this and say if the property, the street address is true, then we want to have this like this. So let's start this properly. To have the class name here, fixed of 2xl. All right, fixed of gray 900, margin bottom of 1. Let's save that. If you see that smoothing like that, we still have our image issue, right? So I don't know why that is not showing yet, but let's just add a debugger right here. Let's see if things are even showing at all. So as you can see, this is this is where that we're supposed to show our images, but let's just forge ahead for now. So it's shaping up gradually. We want to have all of these as well. I want to have this right here. So right here, after the text, I want to have a view right here. I want to have a view right here. So class name is going to be flex of row, items of center, gap of 1, margin bottom of 4. So we want to have icon icons to be location outline. Then after this, I want to have a text. Then after this, I want to have effects. Then we are going to have something right here called property.city, property.state. Save that. Should have that right there. So let's have the style there, and let's have the style there as well. Urbanist to regular. So this is looking like this right here, and we still have to bold this properly. So let's have this as bold. All right, so after this, I also want to have other things here, right? So after this, I want to have property.zipcode.slice, right? So also I want to have property, if this length is greater than 5, then I want to add just 3 dots. So let me remove this. All right, so let me just add this. So let me just save this. We should see the code right there. So after this, right, let me see, let me minimize this. After this, I want to have the save button. We should set this to our what's list. So I'm going to have this like this. So inside of this, I'm going to have a class name, which is going to be flex of row. Flex of row, justify of end, items of start, margin bottom of 4. All right, then we are going to have a pressable and also ion icons right there. So yeah, let me just have this for now. After the save button, let's make this bigger, and instead of this, we're going to say if it's saved, right, use at, else use at icon. Then also this, if it is saved, use this. Then at the top of our code, we can as well just say okay, just have the state right there. Cut this, take this off, and let's just import that from not React Native but from React right there. So that should fix that right away. After this save button, as you can guess, we are going to have this section and this description right away. So after this, so let's just say this is the name and location. After this, I want to have the key details, right? So after this, I'm going to have a view, right? So after this view, or inside of this view, I'm going to have flex of row, flex of wrap, gap of 4, margin bottom of 6. So outside of this, I'm going to have a view. All right, class name is going to be bj gray of 100, padding x of 4, padding y of 3, rounded of Excel, flex of 1, minimum width of, and we're going to have ION icons like this. The first is going to be bed outline, size is going to be 24 right here, and this is going to be 4B5563. So yeah, we're going to have a text that's going to say property.bedrooms. If that is true, else just say 0. May have, if the property.bedrooms is greater than 1, say bed, else just use beds. So you should see that right away. This has disappeared, is back with 5 beds. So what next is cutting all of these guys, or copying rather. So this, let's say this is the bedrooms, let's say bathrooms. So same thing, bathrooms. Then also let's I believe that is all we need to write there. So beds and baths. And what else? Okay, the square feet as well. So the square feet as well. So we're just going to remove all of this and say if the property.living area is true, then use this, else just use 0. But also we're going to say then to local string. All right, so that's the square feet. So this should be 3 right there. And let's change the icon real quick. So we're going to call this resize outline. All right, so let's have our star right there. Let's have this star here as well, and also this star right here. So that should look like that. And yeah, almost there. We just need to make sure things are semi-bold instead of regular. Semi-bold. All right, and this size as well, let's have this as large instead. So they look large now. All right, so the next thing we want to implement is this description right here. So let me minimize these guys right here and just say description right here. So after this, I want to have a view. I want to have a view right here. The class name is going to be margin bottom of 6. Then the text right here is going to say description. And also a text right here that is going to say property.description. Else just show not available. Let me have, oops, it's going to be like this. So let's style this properly. Class name, right, is going to be text of large, text of gray, 7-pound grade kneading of 6. Style is going to be font family urbanists, semi-bold, or rather let's use regular, but let's just copy all of this, put this inside of here, and also class name this. So class name margin bottom of 2. I believe that is our description. So we have our description right here. So let's have semi bold right there. All right, so what else? So let's make this darker. So that is looking like this. So if we scroll up, we should see the description of the property right there. So the description is ready. As you can guess, the next thing we are going to implement is this bottom guy right here, and also nearby schools, the property details, the agents, and the similar properties. So let's jump straight into this. So after this, I'm going to have schools right here. I'm going to have schools. If schools.data.length is true, then I want to have this. Oops, I think I made a typographic error right here. So let's have this. So let's bring in the school real quick. So let's check. Did we import our schools earlier? We did. But why is this showing an error? It's possibly undefined. And let's just say, okay, if schools.data is true, then, just use this. All right. So inside of this, we are just going to say, want to have a view right here, and the text right here is going to be nearby schools. Class name is going to be text of large, text of grade 900, margin bottom of 3, and also the style is going to be uppermost semi-bold. So let me bring this guy up, and after this, I'm just going to say, let me save this. You can see nearby schools right there. So inside of this, I'm going to say in schools.data is true. We're going to map through all of the schools that we're getting. So let's have an arrow function right here. So inside of this, I'm basically going to say school and index. Alright, so I'm going to have a pressable right. So let me because we want them to be able to click on each of these schools being displayed right here. Click on it so that it takes you to the school's website and all of that. So the key is going to be index. The onPress is going to be what? linking.openurlschools.link. We're going to import linking from React Native, and also class name is going to be bj grade 100, right? Padding of 4, rounded above Excel, margin bottom of 3. Then inside of this, I'm going to have 2 separate views. So, or should I have 1? Okay, let me have 1, but have 2 inside of here. So inside of this, I'm going to say class name is going to be flex-of justified between items of stats. Alright, and maybe margin bottom of 2 as well. So inside of this first view, I'm just going to say class name flex of 1, and inside of this, I want to have a text, and the text is basically going to say what? The text is going to say school.new. Let's have the following properties. The school name we're going to have is text of grade 600, or should we just say 900, margin bottom of 1. Save this. You should see the first school right there. If you scroll up, you see all of the schools. Alright, So after this, we can also have effects right here, and this is going to say school.level and also school.grades and also school dot not type but of distance. All right, so after the distance we can have this and also say just mi. All right, so here we can just pass in an asterisk and also asterisk right here. Save these. We should have that right away. So this is what that look like. All right, so let's have some styling here and urbanist semi-bold and also urbanist regular right there. So class name as your text more, text gray. Save this. So this should be bold and this should look like this. So school.level is definitely missing from this. That is why we're not getting anything right now. And the grade is 9 to 12, 6.7 mi right there. So let's just forge ahead. So inside of this, we're just going to have a rating system to rate the school. So class name is going to be BG, and this is going to be 4C8F70, padding Y of 3, padding Y of 1.5. This is going to be padding X rather, rounded of large. So we are going to have a text right here. This text is going to be school.rating. All right, and we're going to say over 10. So after this, we're going to have a class name text of white. All right, so save this. You should see the rating right there. Ladies and gentlemen, our property details is shaping up gradually. We still have some important things to set up. So let's check what is next on our, so this property details is what we want to set up next, and agents. So I'm just going to, quickly jump through all of those. So property details. I'm going to have a view right here. We're going to have a view right here. All right. So class name is going to be what? BG gray of 100 branded to scale, adding of 4, margin bottom of 6. All right. So we are going to have a text right there. The text is going to be property details. And after this, we're going to have another view right there. And I'm going to say property dot reso facts dot year it is true. If that value is true, then show something else, right? Let's just pass in a fragment for now. So let me copy this, put this right here as well. And in fact, we can definitely just remove this since we are using the and directly, right? So inside of this, let's pass the class name to this. The text of large, text gray of 900, margin bottom of 3, and after this, let's have a style of Rubik or urbanist bold. So inside of this view, I'm going to say space Y of 2. So if the year built is or if it exists, let's have a view right here. Right. So class name is going to be flex of row, justify of between, padding y of 2, border bottom, and border grade 200. So inside of this, we're going to have effects, and we are going to have year built. Alright, so class name is going to be what? Text grade 600. The style is going to be urbanist, not semi-bold, but regular. Then I'm going to save this in a moment. I just want to quickly pass in property.reservoir.yearBuilt, and else just say not available. So let's pass in all of this, copy this, put it right here. Let's have the class name text gray. So let's save this and let's see what shows. As you can see, property details year built is 2007. So most of these guys, we're just going to copy and paste it. So copy this, have this right here. So we remove all of these and say home type. If home type is true, then I'm just going to replace this with home type and change this to home type as well. Simple as that. And you can have home type there as well. So we space y of 2, I believe that is correct. So the next thing, let's copy this guy, let's put it right here. So for this, instead of home type, we are going to have monthly HOA fee. Alright, so let's just use cursor to change this as well. Copy this, and let's see what's, let's change this to lot size, and just use lot size here as well. Save this. You should have all of these values indicated right there. So for the lot size, we are going to definitely say dot to local string and save that. So that puts a comma right there to properly format that lot size. So minimize this. The next thing is the agent details. So let me minimize this. So agent details. Alright, so I'm going to see if agents details is true, right? Then we're just going to use our agent card, and we are just going to pass in agent details, not agent details of data. All right, so if we go to the top of our code base right here, we can say const data is going to be agent details. Use agent details, or we're just going to pass in what the agent username. Where we get the username from? Const username is going to be let's say details dot data dot listing agent dot username. That's where we're getting our agent username from. So let's just go to the top of our code and import use agent details right away. So we already don't forget, this is coming from the hooks that we created earlier. This is what all the hooks look like. So let me just quickly close this, close this as well. So the next thing, as you can guess, is creating this agent card right away. So if you just go to the top of our code right here, I'm just going to import agent card from components, not agent card, but property right there. So I can add to my components, and right inside of my property I can say agent card, that's tsx, and let me just create this. So I'm just going to say export function agent card. Alright, so let's pass in the most important parameter, agent. Alright, so after this, just return something, and let's just have a view right here, agent.name. Let's import view from React Native and also text from React Native as well. So if you save this and go to your zip, this should exist right away. So this error that we are getting should disappear. You should see an agent card show up right away. Let's just continue setting up our agent card for now. So first things first, I'm going to have a class name right here. Class name right here, bg gray 50 rounded 3x0, padding of 4, margin bottom of 6. So inside of this, I'm going to have the text, or rather have a text already, and this is going to say is step by. Alright, so inside of this, I'm going to say style, and this is going to be uppermost semi-bold, and class name is going to be text of large, text gray of 900, margin bottom of 4. Alright, so we save this. So agent info, and I believe we're having a network issue right here. That is why nothing is showing. We are going to have a view here, and this view is going to say class name, it will be flex of row, items of stats, margin bottom of 2 or 4 rather. So we are going to have an image right here. Alright, so the source is going to be URI, and it's going to be URI at the end of the day, but it's going to be agent dot display. Let me change this. It's going to be display user dot profile photo src. Let's import image from Expo image, else use this placeholder. So the class name is going to be width of 20, height of 20, rounded of full, margin right of 4. Then resize mode is going to be of cover. It is deprecated, but let's leave that as it is for now. Let me have a view here and have a text here as well. I'm going to call these agents dot display user name, and let me start this properly before I reload my app to see why we are not getting any data. And text gray 900, margin bottom of 1. So the style here, as you can guess, is this. So save this for now. Let's reload our app and see what the error really is. Could be an API error, or maybe our API has expired. Who knows? Right, so I think we maximized our API already. If you're getting the status code of 429, all you have to do is just find a solution to that. So after refreshing my app due to API error or API being expired, I had to find another way around that. And as you can see, our agent is not showing for now. Let's go back. Let's click on this. And this shouldn't be showing like this anyway. It should be showing a loading indicator whenever we go into our ZPID. So don't worry, that will be the final thing I'm going to implement, whereby if the data is still loading, it's just going to show a loading icon like this. Alright, so fingers crossed. Let's see why this is not showing. Let's click on this. Right, let's click on this. Alright, so it seems there's no agent for this as well. Let's check the property that we're using earlier. And this property, this is what this look like. Alright, so let's just wrap things up. So some properties would have agents, some wouldn't have agents, but some that have agents, all we have to do is just to make sure to render them. So let's head back to our property card. So let's head back to our ZPID. So after this, we are just going to have agents display agent.display user. If they are top agents, they want to render something important. We want to have a view here. Then we want to have a view there. After this, we're going to have ION icons. Then the name is going to be of star. Size is going to be of 16. Color is going to be F59 EOB. Then the text is going to be of what? Stock agents. So let's just set this up in case we have a property that does have, agents and all of that, because some property definitely do not have agents. So text of amber 500 or 600, right? So the style is going to be uppermost medium. So this is that about their display ID or their display information. Let's minimize this, and let's just have their stats right here. Let's have a view. Let's have a view right here. Oops. Okay, I think we already have the view already, so save this. Okay, so inside of this, we are going to say class name is going to be what? BG of white rounded of XL. We're going to say this is going to be flex of row, flex of wrap, gap of 3, margin bottom of 4. So after this, we're going to have a view. And inside of this, we're going to have a class name. This is going to be BG white rounded XL, padding X of 3, padding Y of 2, flex of 1, minimal width is going to just be 100 pixel. So inside of this, we're going to have a text, and this text is going to say total sales, right? So class name for this is going to be text of small, text of gray 600, margin bottom of 1. So after this, we are going to just have our style to be urbanist regular, and also we are going to have something like this thanks to our cursor agent or autocomplete. We have agent.agent sales start.count all time. So we save this. You're going to copy all of this, put this here as well, and we are going to change this to average sale price. All right, so this is going to be agent sales start dot average value 3 year, and divide this by 1000. all right, so let's put all of this guy inside of this. Let's have a dollar sign right there, and this is going to be to fixed to be 0 to be K, like that. And that is all we have to add for our start. If you check our UI, this is what that looks like: average price 0K, total sales. So let's implement this, and we can focus on the last part, which is this. So right here, we're going to have our reviews, right? So after this, inside of this, I'm going to say agents dot display user dot ratings. If that is true, then I want to add something here. I want to have a view, and the view right here, I want to have a class name. It's going to be flex of row, items of center, margin bottom of 4, and also want to have a view right here. Right here, I'm going to say class name is going to be flex of row, items of, I believe, center, margin right of 2. Then inside of this, I'm just going to first add a curly braces like that, and have an array that says 1 2 3 4 5, right? So inside of this, I'm going to have a star as the parameters. Then inside of this right here, I'm going to have ION icons. I'm going to put the name star right there, but nope. I'm going to say if the star, is less than or strictly equal to agent.displayuser.ratings.average, then you're going to have this star. Let's use star outline, and we are going to have this color here as well. All right. After this view, I'm going to have a text. I'm going to say agent.displayuser.ratings.average to fixed is going to be 1. Then after this, I'm going to have ratings.count, and I'm going to pass reviews here. So let's quickly style this right here. Class name is going to be text of small, text of gray 600. all right, so inside of this, I'm going to have a style right here, urbanist regular, And as you can guess, the final thing we have to implement is the contact right here. So we are going to have a contact button right here. So I'm going to say if agent dot display user got phone numbers dot sell is true. If that value is true, I'm going to have a pressable right here. First things first, I'm going to say ION icons is going to be not call outline but just call. All right, size is going to be 20. Color is just going to be white, because for the background I'm going to have a class name right here, and this is going to be my value BG, this color rounded of XL. I wish this property does have an agent so that we can actually see everything that we are writing, but some property doesn't have agents, some does. Some that do, let's definitely add or show the properties. So text, right, this text is just going to be call class name definitely is going to be margin left of 2, text of white, and the font family is going to be urbanist semi bold. Okay, so save this. Then after this, we can actually copy this guy right there, and because we need this to be inside of a view, so cut this guy, put this guy right here. So the class name is going to be first of row and also gap of 3. So as you can guess, the next thing we want to add is the email, right? So display user dot email. This is going to be really quick because we are going to change this to email, and I believe that is all for this. So whilst we press this, we want it to do something, right? So this is going to be on press, and this is going to be undo cell, or undo call rather, undo call. So this is going to be undo email rather. So let's copy this, take this here. So instead of undo email, we can guess that's going to be undo call. So really quick, let's go to the top of our code and say const undo call, right? It's going to be const phone number is going to be agent.displayuser.phonenumbers.sell. Then if phone number is true, then we're just going to say linking.open URL, then telephone number this. Let's import this from React Native right here, linking. This is just going to call the agent right away. All right. So let's undo for the email as well. It's going to be something similar as well. Something like this. Save this. And we will const email, get the value of the email and save it. If email is true, just mail to this email. It's going to open your email app like Gmail or something like that, or the mail from your default iPhone or Android. So let's just add the props right here, and real quick, let's see interface, agent card props, and agents is going to be agent details. Let's import agent details from at type. And ladies and gentlemen, why is this throwing an error? Does not exist on the type string. And let's just remove this because it's just image, it's not a cell. This is the only thing that has a cell. So because this property doesn't have agent, we are not seeing that, which is understandable. We've created our agent card. Let's focus on the last piece of information, which is the similar properties that you're going to see right here. So this is what it looks like, just like every property that we are seeing right here, but we are going to display the ones that are similar to this, right? So let me click this first. Let's see, get some properties. So not everything is showing for now. Like I said, I'm going to show you the better way to do this so that it doesn't show one after the other. You want to make sure that you get all the data first before even showing the screen at all. So let me click this as well. Okay. All right. So let me minimize this and let's focus on, like I said again, let's focus on this guy right here. So while inside of the property details right here, we can as well just implement our similar properties right here. This is similar properties. All right. So I'm going to say if similar properties dot data. So I'm going to scroll to the top and say if similar properties dot data dot results, if that value is true, results is true, then, or rather, so inside of this I'm going to say if similar properties dot data dot results is true, right? Now I'm going to say similar properties dot data dot results. If the length is greater than 0, then I want to show something. You guess what I want to show? Basically just the property. So I'm just going to say I want to have a view. I want to have a view right here. Let's add the W right here. Alright, so we want to have a text, and this text is going to say similar properties. And let's quickly just add a class name right here that says margin bottom of 6. And let's quickly go and implement, even our similar properties to even see if we are getting something back. So right here, I'm just going to see similar properties. This is coming from use properties or data, and also is loading. All right. So all of this error is basically showing is probably undefined, which is okay. So that is why I'm going to right. So similar properties data results, then also similar properties data. So if this is true at all, we should see the similar properties guy right here. So let me scroll up. So it shows we're not getting any similar properties for now, at least. Let's continue with things. And let me just reload my app to see if we are actually out of API as well. So reload that, Austin search. So our API is still working. Click on the first property to get the data. So as you can see, the similar properties has actually shown, which shows that okay, we are actually going to get some similar properties. All we have to do is just render things out. So after these, let me have the similar properties right here. The class name for this text of large, text of gray 900, margin bottom of 4. All right. So the style here, the style is going to be urbanist, semi bold. So after this text right here, where is the text? This is a text. We're going to have a scroll view, and this is what that would look like. So these are some of the properties. Horizontal, then show horizontal scroll view is going to be like that. So the class name is going to be what? Flex of row and minus margin horizontal of 4. Content container style, padding horizontal 16. This is what I want to have there. Then I now want to say I want to map over things, right? So where do I want to have a property card right here, right? Or this is similar property card. Property is going to be property, then the key, right? The key, let's just remove this for now, and the key is going to be what? Is going to be property.setBID. You still have to create this guy right away, which is really quick. So let me add to my property card, which is also similar to this. I'm just going to create something real quick called similar property card.tsx. Let me quickly create export function similar properties, and let's see, return something real quick, and let's have a view right here. So import this from React Native first. And why is this showing an error? Let's just say interface this property similar properties coming from linked types. So property, this is what the type look like. So for here we are going to just have a link, right, with that kind of href. So it's going to definitely direct us to the property, details of that property, right? As child, I think we've done something similar to this. That is why our AI. So let's have oppressible right here, or rather this is going to be components. So pressable class name is going to be what? Margin right of 4, rounded of 2xl. EG is going to be white. Overflow is going to be of hidden. Border is what you're going to have here. Border gray 200, width of 64. Alright, so let's just quickly import pressable from React Native right there. First things first, we want to have an image, and let's just import this image from the React Native. We want to have the source right there. This is what our source would look like. Instead of height of 48, let's just have 40 right here. And property.minicardPhoto is the first array.url. So save this. Let's even see what shows. And let's go to our, let's close this property card. Let's import this right away. So we can just import this right away from similar property card. So that error should disappear. Save this. So you should see a card right here with our image, Vowler. Ladies and gentlemen, these are similar properties. This is what it looks like. Let's just finalize it by, adding some text right away. So you know what, I can even add to my property card, and for some of these information they are similar, And let me just check. Let me copy all of this right away. Let me copy this. And just put this and say this is content. Can just have this right here. And I believe there is a typo error right there. So let me just see where we are doing things wrong. And we have our text right here. Why is it not rendering? You know what? Let me bring it in one after the other. Inside of my property card, I'm just going to copy this guy right here. Let me put this right here. So I'm just going to bring in the text here as well. So that error should disappear. And also, let me first say it saves. Let's just have this as true for now. Let's import is saved from React. And also undo toggle save. We are still going to implement that across all board. And yeah, that is what that should look like. Save this. Set length is not true, which is okay. So I'm just going to dismiss this, retry, skip this, head to this, and it says length is not true. So I'm just going to change this to address, save that, and let's just do this again. As you can see, these are the similar properties. All right, so this is going to be of large, not 2XL. All right, so the next thing I want to do is bring in the location and the details. Right, so the location, let me copy this guy. Let me put this guy right here. So this is going to be address.city and address.state. We'll save this. You should see what that should look like right there. And also finally, let me bring in the details right there. Let me bring in the details real quick. So this remains the same, and this is what that would look like. So for this price tag, we are going to cut this, save this first. Let's see how that looks like. So outside of this is where we are going to have our price tag. So save this. So let's see, let's remove this view and property.price, and let's just remove all of this and just say to local string, and let's just have this like this. All right, so save this, and you should see the property price. If you don't see it, we still have to make some changes, right? So because we've already specified a specific height for this, and so you know what, we're just going to cut this back and put this right here. But we are not going to make these threads of row. We'll just make this like this, and this we are going to definitely need to change some things right away. And let's just remove all of this for now. Save this. And it seems we are messing things up more, but we can definitely remove all of this, cut this, and also cut this. Let's minimize this. So inside of this is where we have this. Let's put this right here, and we can have, you can see our price showing up right there for the similar properties. So clicking on this is definitely going to do the same thing. Take all of these details, get the details of that specific property and load that information. Like I said, we're not done with these property details. Let me just show you how to fine-tune this to make it into a proper, detail screen, so that you don't fall into waiting for that to show. But before we even leave here, let me show one final thing right here, which is this cost total right here. So let me go to my ZP and similar properties. We're done with this. All right. So after this view, let me minimize this view. Let me minimize this as well. So just before the safe area view, we're going to have a floating, bottom bar. Floating bottom bar. And we're going to have a view right here. So class name is going to be absolute, bottom of 0, left of 0, right of 0, BG white, border top, border gray 200, padding X of 6, padding Y of 4, shadow 2XL, rounded of 3XL, rounded of 3XL. So inside of this, we are going to definitely have another view right here, and this view is going to say class name is going to be flex of row, justify of center, item of between. So inside of this, we are going to have another view. We are going to have another view right here, and also effects right here that says cost total, and we're going to say class name is going to be text of large, text of gray 600, margin bottom of 1. And the style is going to be urbanist regular. Then copy all of this, paste this as well. Then we are going to call this, we are going to say if property.price.to local string else, just put this value right here, and this is going to be 3XL. The text is going to be green, of course. The text is going to be green and nothing like margin bottom. So save this. You see a nice bottom guy right here. Can't render a React state update on this. Okay, so it's definitely having an error right here. As you can see, the price doesn't exist on this screen. So if I go back to check the details about this, so I believe we are having an API issue as well. As you can see, nothing is being displayed. But let's just implement things and just move forward with things. So let me just bring this view down. So let me have a pressable right here, and this pressable is just going to have a text right here, and this is going to say schedule a visit, and this pressable is going to say class name BJ is going to be of this color, rounded is going to be of full, padding Y is going to be of 4, margin left is going to be of 4 as well, justify center hyphen center. For the text as well, let's just have a class name text of white, style is going to be urbanist semi bold. So you should see our button right there. Does it look like what we have right here? Nope. Close, but no. Let's padding y of 4, padding x of 6. Width is just going to be 2/4. Let's save this and let's see the changes made so far. All right, so text of large as well. So if we fix our API issue, right, or the API key, it expires after, like, I think you only have 50 requests or 20 requests in a month, so which is not enough to build this. I was able to just get the premium and all of that to fix that. So let me quickly fix the issue of this even showing at all. So let me go to the top of my code. This is saved, remove it, and instead right here, say const is saved. We're going to have is property saved. We're going to pass in property ID right here, and this is .zaid. This is going to check if this property is saved to be able to render this icon. So at the top of my code right here, I'm going to say const is property saved, is coming from used saved properties, store. All right, and we are also going to have add property and remove property as well. So we are quickly going to head to the lib or to the library, go to the store. We only have one here, so let's quickly create saved properties .ts. Let's quickly create one. Export const use saved properties, and this is what that would look like. Let's import all of these guys. So interface saved properties. So this is what some of the values will look like. Let me quickly import these from types. All right, so inside of this we want to create a lot of things, right? Let me first remove this. Let me start afresh. So this is what the afresh look like. All right, so we are going to have something like this as well, persist, and this is what some of it would look like. So the sets and get. All right, so save property is going to be an empty array. Add properties is going to be taking the property and also setting the state and all of these other values. And you know what, let me first remove all of this for now, and let me bring this up. So for this I want to make sure I'm doing the right thing. So for this, let me just have this like this. All right, so I'm going to say if what state dot saved property adds some value, then just return saved property spread this. All right, state dot save properties, then property. Then let me just remove all of this and also add. So first things first, let me add a conditional statement to each of these to show that some of these things are not required. So after this, I want to add saved properties and also import create JSON storage from toStar and async storage from React Native async storage. And let's see what we are doing wrong there. So let's remove this and let's see if that fixed our error. All right, so save this. Let's import persist as well from toStar. And we are not done with our set and get. So if the state.save property have some of this value equal to this, all right, we want to return the states. All right, So that is why that error is showing, by the way. All right, so after this, let's implement remove property, and let's remove all of this for now. Let's have ZPID, and let's have this. So if the property is saved as well, and finally, so we're going to have ZPID, and also sets. We are going to have this inside of this and this as well. Right, so we are going to have our state here is property saved. We're going to have this as this, and also clear all properties. So this is what our code would look like. So we can as well just remove this suggestion that chat gives us and just return get.setProperty.sum. all right, so let's have this here as well, and that should fix our saved. Right, so inside of our zip, let's go to the top of our code and import saved properties store. So with this, we should be able to, so it's property saved is going to be property dot ZPID, and why is this type of number is now assigned to type of, I believe we are having the proper type. So is property saved, is going to be a number, then boolean. All of these is, so clear all as require properties. We're going to have this here, and for this as well, we're going to set these save properties to an empty array once we click on the clear all properties, and this is basically what I'm setting up. So as you can see, I can click on each of these guys to remove each of this property, right? I'm also going to have a clear all property here, right? I can remove all of this guy right here. So I believe we are almost ready. So finally, before we proceed, we are just going to say what I talked about, that for this to not show at all, you can actually set things up. So you can say if, if its loading is true, right, if it is getting the data, all right, you can just return something, an activity indicator, right? Import it from React Native. Size is going to be large, color is going to be this and this, right? As you can see, this is what it will result to. The data is loading, right? And if there's no data at all, right, so if details dot data is not true, if you don't have that value, right, then we are just going to return what? We're going to return a safe area view, all right, and here we're just going to say property not found, all right, and let's just add the class name right here, and also let's have openest bold right here. So as you can guess, if you click on any of this property, loads, right, and if it doesn't get any data, it's just going to see property doesn't exist, all right. So as you can see, property doesn't exist right there. That is likely our API having some error. Let's just have justified of center items of center padding x of 8. So this should come to the center, and yeah, we can also add press able here with effects. It's effects here, that says go back. Property not found, as you can see. That is likely our API having some expired key issues. The class name for this, just going to have this and also writer.back. So bg this, rounded full, and all of these as well. You should see a back button any moment from now. So ladies and gentlemen, this is what our app would do or behave when next we want to, let me see, we duplicated that. So just remove this. I should have one of that. And also is style right here. So save that. So whenever we click on any property, this is the first thing that shows. It takes its time to get all the data. If no data is found, you'll be able to see this property not found. And if you click on go back, you'll be taken back to this screen. Right. So if you click on any of these, this is the behavior moving forward. Of course, you can implement skeletons like I did, but if you don't want to waste your time, you can just have this here. All right. So we are not finding this property because, like I said, our API. Let's fix that one last time before we now focus on this saved property screen. And ladies and gentlemen, we are done with building this app. Let's focus on that right away. So let's just reload our app and see where we are with things. And if we just click on the first search and click on search, it is going to pull up some properties, right? So these are the properties. And if we click on each one once again, let's click on the first guy here. So you can see these skeleton loading, and this just takes a minute or two for it to fetch all the datas, and you can scroll up to see the property, the amount, schedule a visit, and our image still seems that it's not showing, but we can definitely go to another property and just click on this guy right here. So it loads the skeleton as well. And the next thing we want to focus on, right, is this guy right here. As you can see, our property has showed. And if you scroll up, you can see similar properties. You can swipe left and right. So this is what things look like right now. So let's just implement this guy real quick. So let's head to, let's minimize all of this, app, tabs, and go to saved, right? So this is what the default looks like, right, for our app, just a basic, function that we created earlier. But we can definitely remove all of this and say export, default saved, and just return this basic view. Just the same thing. Let's go to our view and save this. All right. So basically what this screen will do is basically show all the properties that we have added to save properties, right? Something that we can easily do really quick. So let me minimize this. And the first thing I want to change is save area view, and remove this. Save area view as well. This should be coming from import save area from React Native save area context. All right. So inside of this, I'm going to have a class name, which is going to be flex, BG blue, let's say 50, and also edges top, right? So save that. We should see that changes right away. After this, I want to have a status bar from React Native. Bar style is going to be dark content. All right. So after this, I want to have a view. So inside of this view, I want to have the class name, right? The class name is going to be padding X or 4, width of full. Oops, let me wrap everything inside of this, then have an import sign to this. Let me quickly import view from React Native. So after this, I want to have a view as well. And inside of this, I want to have a text. And this text is basically going to say saved properties. So for this text, I want to have a class name, right? Text of 2XL. Instead of font bold, I'm going to use a specified font. So text gray, let's say 800. Then before we leave here, let's just add the style real quick. The style urbanist bold. Then let's have a class name of margin bottom of 4. All right. So inside of, or let's just copy this text as well. Let's just duplicate this guy right here. And this, let's change this to start saving properties you love. Right? So save this. You should see things start shaping up real quick. And this, I'm just going to remove text to just default to the, text, the base text for the, system. So after that, we are done with this guy right here. We want to have a scroll view right there. Scroll view coming from React Native, by the way. And inside of this, I'm going to pass in some props real quick. And first things first, I want to have a class name, which is going to be, flex of 1. Then the content, container style, padding bottom of 16. All right. So inside of this, I want to have a view. Right. So scroll up. And inside of this, we want to have a class name of margin bottom of 4. All right. So I want to have a text. I want to have a text right here. And this text is going to have a class name. Let's first add, the text that we're going to add. We're going to say saved properties.length, right? We're still going to bring that in any moment from now. So let's add this again. So there should be a spacing between that. So I'm also going to say saved properties.length. If it's strictly equal to 1, say properties, else just show, the word properties. And where is this value going to come from? So const saved properties coming from used saved properties. Let's import this real quick from the saved properties store that we created earlier, which is this big guy right there. All right, let me close this. So if we save this, this should show all the properties. Let me remove this guy. So you can see 0 properties saved, and I believe we need to remove this. So 0 properties. All right. So instead of padding bottom, let's just put padding horizontal to be 16. Right. So let me quickly go to my home. Let me click this. Let me click this guy. Click this. Click this. 2 properties has been saved, but these icons need to change to red. So they are not doing that right now. Let me click this again. We can say 3 properties has been saved. We're still going to go back to fix that bug real quick. So just underneath of this view, all right, I'm going to say save properties length is greater than 0, right? Then what do I want to do? I want to map over all of this. All right. So inside of these, I'm going to pass the properties of property right here. Then I want to have a view like this. Then I want to have a key to be property.zpid, and the class name margin bottom of 4. Right. So inside of this, I want to have a secondary property card, and this is what this would look like. So inside of this, I'm going to say it's going to take property as the props. Property is going to, we're going to destructure things. So zpid is going to be properties of zpid, and let's say street address is going to be property.address, right? So price is going to be property.price, bedroom is going to be property.bedrooms, bathroom is going to be property.bathrooms, living area is going to be property.living area, image source is going to be property.image source, city is going to be property.city, and let's just say states, nope. state, you go to property.state, then zip code is going to property.zip code, right? So we have to also create a method or a function to be able to remove each of these guys. So show remove button to be true, then on remove is going to basically what? Remove property. All right, so let's create, let's first copy this guy because we already have this method created inside of this, store. We can as well just put this like this. So the first error disappears. Now, the next thing I want to make sure to do is this secondary property card, which we can say, let's import. So import secondary property card from component property secondary property card. All right, so inside of our component, let's minimize all of these guys, component property. So I'm just going to copy these, let's see if which of the components is similar, right? So it seems we can still use this, but change things around. So let me go back to this. Let me go back to property card, copy this guy, paste this, rename this to secondary property card. That's TSX. All right, so let's change this guy's name. So we are going to say export function secondary property card, and it's going to take in, the property value itself, and also it's going to take show remove button, then also on remove, right? We do not need an index, right? And let me just leave that as it is right now. If we save this guy, go back to our saved, okay. So if we save it, fingers crossed, we are able to see some things, but let's just see if it doesn't throw any error right now. Something went wrong, canary property of length undefined. So we still have to, change some things right here. So if you go to animated.view, let's first start afresh and see what we have to move around. So we have our href, which is still going to link to the property details as child, right? And we also have our pressable, which is going to be rounded 3XL. And let's just add gap of 2 and also bg of white, padding y of 3, padding y of 3, overflow hidden flex row. So we need to make this a flex row, width of full, border grade 200, border 2. So this stays the same. So for our image and content is what we want to restructure, all right? So our image rounded, relative rounded to Excel, overflow hidden, which is going to be of just 25%. Oops. Height is going to be 28. All right, so that's for our image. Let's open this. So you can agree with me, this is much faster. Property.image cells, width of full, height of full, then resize mode cover. So that is that with our image. Let's go to our content. Let's minimize all of this. So inside of our content, we have view class name, padding X of 2, padding Y of 2, flex of 1 inside of our content. The name and 5 icon, gap 3 or gap 2, justify between, flex of row, item center. That stays the same. So for our effects, this stays the same as well. But for the save button, we have to conditionally render it and say, show remove button. Then that is when we want to show this big guy right here. Right, so we save this. Can't perform a React update. Let's just skip this, head to this. Still showing that error. No issues. Cannot read the property of length. We're going to fix that any moment from now. So, we can as well reduce this to 18. All right. So What else? So name and five icon. Let's check our location. And before leaving here, let's see if our remove. So if we go to undo toggle save, or rather, this should only be for removing, right? As you can guess, it should only remove. So this should be undo toggle remove. Remove. Because we want to remove, right? So this should be the name. It's just going to be one guy right here, which is going to be close circle, right? So the color, you can as well just use red. All right, so undo remove toggle or undo toggle remove. So this will be changed to undo toggle remove. And bringing this down, we are going to perform some similar things as well. So first things first, let's just prevent default behavior of that function. And where is that going to come from? Just going to pass the property here, right? So what we want to do, we want to remove all of this. We are not saving, right? We want to alert. We want to first make sure that the user actually click that button before we do anything. All right. So first things first, we want to say remove property. Are you sure? Then comma. Then I'm going to say, are you sure you want to read property from the saved list? All right. So we're going to pass an array like this. And the first thing is going to be cancel, text cancel, style cancel. Then after this, we're going to also have effects of remove. Then the style is going to be destructive. Whenever we press this, we want to remove and pass the particular property.zpid. So let's go to the top of our code and let's import alert. All right. So this doesn't exist, which is fine. All you have to do is just go here and bring in all of these methods, right? So that this error disappears. That's the beauty of TypeScript. Shows you when things are going wrong. So ladies and gentlemen, because we remove this because you're not using it, it's property saved, add property. I believe we are not using these two guys. So are we using this? We are not using this as well. We are only using the or remove method that we pass as a prop here. So save this guy, and this should be set. So let's just minimize this. Let's go to our location. Our location is the next thing. So we bring down our location. The class name is definitely going to justify stars, flex row, item center, gap one, icons. I believe most of these are still going to be the same, right? So property.city.length, if it's greater than 20, and all of this, right? So this is the same. For the details, this is flex row, flex wrap, gap two. I think we should just leave all of these as it is. Right, let's just leave it as it is. Class name for this, so let's leave this as it is, and let's check the property.price. Okay, this works, right? So let's save this, and fingers crossed we have. Let's head back to this and property we're passing it. So let's just see if we are. So as you can guess, we wrote stress address right here. It's supposed to be street address. And we also have a typo here. So let's just, save this. Let's head to our saved and voila. There we have our saved properties. So, you can scroll up and down, click on this. It shows, an alert right there, which shouldn't be at the top. So let's just reload our app. Let's reload our app to see if that would fix that bug. Let's go back, escape, go to our saved, click this again. So it's still showing that, which is, I think, a bug with React Native because we are doing everything right with these alerts. So let me just show you the app. So if I open this app right here and skip, go to saved. If I click on this, you can see this is how it should behave. I believe Expo Go is having some sort of issue with an alert right now. I think so. So I can just remove these and remove this from the lists. That is, or that should be the behavior of, you can see that is showing as well. So I believe it was the first one that was having that issue. So if I click on remove, that disappears. Let me reload once again. And click on skip, go to saved, click on this shows properly. Okay, everything is showing properly now, right? So you click on remove, you remove that property right away. So we can advance this by saying go to our saved, and inside of our saved we didn't add styling right here, right? So we can basically just need text XL, font of bold, text of grade 600 or 900, and as you can guess, this as well, font family urbanist bold. So that should increase things, and also put a spacing here to separate that. So if it is just one property, it shows one property. Go to search, click on this, it shows two properties right away. So this is still having one or two bugs that we can definitely just fix. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is what our app looks like right now. Let's reload the app and test things one after the other. So reload this guy right here, and let's search for condo with pool in Austin. Click on that, click on search. It performs some AI interactions. Then you can see at the top of your code right here, condo with pool in Austin. These are the addresses of the properties, right? You can click on this guy. It shows this nice skeleton to show that, okay, the data is still fetching. Once it successfully fetch, it shows you the property details. And you can see, scroll left and right to see some interesting details, pictures, right? So you can scroll up, see the property details. It doesn't have any similar properties. That's why we don't see any similar properties there, and it is quite expensive, 2.9 million US dollars. So you can also see these guys at the bottom, right? You can include, okay, the one with garage. Show me the one with garage. If you click on enter, it refines your search. Fail to refine search because request failed, right? So that error was thrown due to our API key being expired. So if I click on UR, it's likely going to show the same issue. So our API key has expired again. So the API key we're using for this build, it's quite small, 20 requests per month. So that was why we couldn't do that. So basically that is what we've built so far, and you can clear history. It clears everything, right? And you can start afresh, right? So you can basically see 3-bedroom house in Miami, 3-bed house in Miami. Click that. If we didn't have any API issues, this would pop up all the results. But that is one of the perks of not having or using free services. You're restricted to a certain amount of API calls per month. So ladies and gentlemen, this is what we've built, and I hope you've learned a lot. Let me click this. It's likely going to bring the same issue because of the API. Fail to search for homes. Basically what we've done. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that is it for this video. I hope you really enjoyed watching this video, and the next stage is going to be teaching you how to definitely have this on your iPhones and have it deployed on your devices on Android and iPhone, so that you can use it as a normal app. And this current version is more advanced than this. I'm going to be leaving the source code in the description box below. So thank you guys. And if you want to see more builds like this, check my other videos so you can learn more how to build reactive apps using AI and also other advanced tools. So without further delay, make sure to click this the like button on this video. Make sure to subscribe, share with your friends, and keep the channel going up. I'm going to be dropping more videos like this to make sure that you become a better React Native developer and also hopefully getting your dream job in mobile development journey. And finally, like I always say, if you have a project in mind as a founder that you want to build, reach out to me. Let's build a dream mobile app and also ship cool products together. And if you need a member on your team to work on your mobile app project, I'm available for freelancing gigs. I'm a top rated freelancer on Upwork, ready to build, cool mobile apps and all of that. Right. So without further delay, see you on the next video. Cheers and bye for now.